PHG, we own the night. Speed demons, chrome steel, burning rubber, can't conceal. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our reign, victories in our veins. Endless highway, fearless flight, flames of passion, ignite the fight. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our reign, victories in our veins. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our reign, victories in our veins.
Round 5 of the GT PHG-WS saw our drivers at Spa-Francorchamps, where there was no shortage of racing action. Split 1 was an intense and drama-filled roller coaster right from the start, as there was contact which resulted in a couple cars spinning out as soon as the lights went green, which may have ruffled some feathers amongst those involved, but the drivers that avoided that must have been breathing a huge sigh of relief. Luckily, come the start of the second lap, everyone got their footing and the racing was nothing short of close for positions 6 through 11. The drivers knew they'd have to play it safe lest they lose multiple positions. Up at the front of the field, Jorge Sr. made a slipstream slingshot overtake on KP Wilcox and took P1 on the Camel. Jumping back further in the field, the racing was seriously close and a half-second. Round 5 of the GT PHG-WS saw our drivers at Spa-Francorchamps, where there was no shortage of racing action. Split 1 was an intense and drama-filled roller coaster right from the start, as there was contact which resulted in a couple cars spinning out as soon as the lights went green, which may have ruffled some feathers amongst those involved, but the drivers that avoided that must have been breathing a huge sigh of relief. Luckily, come the start of the second lap, everyone got their footing and the racing was nothing short of close for positions 6 through 11. The drivers knew they'd have to play it safe lest they lose multiple positions. Up at the front of the field, Jorge Sr. made a slipstream slingshot overtake on KP Wilcox and took P1 on the Camel. Jumping back further in the field, the racing was seriously close, as a half-second penalty could have costed Velvet Thunder more than one position, which shows how close the racing really was. The close racing started to come to a head at the end of the lap as the driver started to bunch up in the bus stop chicane, which caused a little bit of bumping and grinding, as close racing often affords, and unfortunately... Round 5 of the GT PHG-WS saw our drivers at Spa-Francorchamps, where there was no shortage of racing action. Split 1 was an intense and drama-filled roller coaster right from the start, as there was contact which resulted in a couple cars spinning out as soon as the lights went green, which may have ruffled some feathers amongst those involved, but the drivers that avoided that must have been breathing a huge sigh of relief. Luckily, come the start of the second lap, everyone got their footing and the racing was nothing short of close for positions 6 through 11. The drivers knew they'd have to play it safe lest they lose multiple positions. Up at the front of the field, Jorge Sr. made a slipstream slingshot overtake on KP Wilcox and took P1 on the Camel. Jumping back further in the field, the racing was seriously close as a half-second penalty could have costed Velvet Thunder more than one position, which shows how close the racing really was. The close racing started to come to a head at the end of the lap as the drivers started to bunch up in the bus stop chicane, which caused a little bit of bumping and grinding as close racing often affords, and unfortunately some of the drivers lost control of their cars. Lap 9 brought not only nightfall but quite a bit of rain with it, which caused some problems for drivers that didn't make it into the pits in times to beat the rain, and as a result they struggled to finish the lap to change out the slicks and onto wet weather tires. After all was said and done, Jorge Sr. took another race victory for the record books. Split 2 started off a lot calmer than Split 1 did, and the racing was even closer than that of Split 1, with all of the drivers remaining within slipstream range for quite a while throughout the race, so the racing was nothing short of edge-of-your-seat exciting for everyone involved in the race and watching along at home. As is the nature of close racing, pushing your car to the limits is a double-edged sword as SCP wound up losing control of his car and unfortunately multiple positions in the process. Lap 9 once again brought the night and the rain, but that didn't slow down the drivers in Split 2 any as the racing was door-to-door throughout the night. The drivers made sure that they left everything on the table come hell or high water for a chance to gain as many points as possible for their team in this split. Once the rain had left us, the sun had rose, and the track started to dry, Fast Cougar unfortunately couldn't catch a break as a 3-second pit lane infringement was given an extra bit of insult to injury as his car loses control, hitting the wet side of the track serving his penalty, and he falls from P1 to P3 as a result. That sequence of unfortunate events allowed Flux Flare the ability to take race victory for Split 2. With the final points available race underway, the start to Split 3 was nice and neat, with some drivers trying to capitalize on anyone who didn't have the best start. And speaking of best starts, Evolved wound up gaining 4 positions after Eau Rouge and Radion, but he wasn't done there by any means. Evolved would continue to fight his way up the field for the entirety of the race thanks to how close the racing was for a good portion of this split. There was plenty of action to be had just at the start of this race. Close racing is always high risk, high reward, and things can happen at a moment's notice as we see T-Case get a slight tap that sends him into the gravel trap just outside of campus, costing him 2 positions. The battle for P6 was intense as Evolved and K-Dub were bumping and grinding out of campus, with both drivers fighting as hard as possible for their teams. A slight nudge would send K-Dub off into the grass at Stabilo 1, giving Evolved P6. Once night fell, the rain once again was causing problems for some drivers, but some others were unfazed by it, as the battle for P2 was heating up even throughout the night as Oak and Porn Identity raced on. After the sun came up and the track began to dry, however, Porn Identity had an unfortunate turn of events on his way to Brussels and was caught in a spin I think he imagined would never end. But he didn't let that break his stride as he was right on Papa's tail trying to make up for lost ground on a partially dry track, doing everything he could to bounce back. Jersey took the race win, and with that, it's back to the booth.
Good afternoon, morning, evening, whichever part of the world you are watching from. I am Slow-Mo, and welcome to the PHG All-Star Weekend. I'm joined in the booth here by quite a great group of commentators. We've got Big Joe, we've got Tuzenbox, we've got Papa, and we've got Mr. Casual. So, in addition to that, we've got 4 exciting races that are set up here for the All-Star races. Big Joe, any particular race that you are looking forward to today more than any of the other ones?
No, I think they're all going to be equally entertaining, and I can't wait to watch each one of them.
Yeah, no doubt. Tuzum, I know you are running in a couple of the races today, as I'll be in the third race. You're going to run in 2 and 3. How much preparation did you get to put in for these All-Star races today?
I did maybe about an hour's worth of practice for the Group 2 race and about a half-hour practice for the multi-class race at Road Atlanta. I mean, I'm more so looking forward to the Group 2 race because I love
Jorge
high
SR.
downforce cars.
Said,
But ultimately,
maybe turn game
I'm
volume
just looking
down
to have
slightly,
grand old
or
time.
announcer
I wanna
mics
see
up.
some crazy strats. I want to see some off-meta cars, stuff that you wouldn't see during the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are in for some fun racing with, like you said, a few surprises along the way. People may tend to go
Cap
to
Chatty.
an alternate strategy
Said,
with today's races.
happy face,
Mr. Casual,
biz.
fresh off of
Aero GT.
his clinic that
Said,
he put on last week.
what Jorge said : underscore
Well done,
first.
by the way.
Jorge SR.
You know, yeah, obviously you're going
Said,
to be here in the booth
and you
with
have
us
speech
for
chat
all
on.
4 races.
Jorge SR.
You know, anything
Said,
specific that
it's
you want to
reading
see
the chat
today.
out late.
Jorge
Thank you,
SR.
and
Said,
I will
out
neither
loud.
confirm nor deny that there may or may not be lasagna for the race winners today.
Cornbread.
Said,
But
Oi.
looking forward to seeing
STC.
how
Said,
everyone
hey everyone waving hand sign of the horns.
handles whether they're doing race 1 in the rally cars or racing in
Cap
the
Chowdy.
multi-class Atlanta
Said,
race. I'm curious to
I am
see
not a
what
robot.
everyone
Cornbread.
Said,
skill levels are with
dang.
those cars, because they're definitely different than your normal Group 3 and Group 4 cars. But yeah, I didn't sign up for it, but I came close to signing up for the Group 2 race, because like Tuzzum Boss mentioned, it's also just happens to be one of my favorite.
Cornbread.
Don't know why,
Said,
but between
laugh
Group
out
4,
loud.
Group 2 was always the one that I always really
Steven
liked for some
Sills.
reason. But,
Said,
so probably
Cap
the one
Howdy
I'm most
is a
excited
robot
for
I
will be
know.
Group 2 race to see how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to tell you,
Cap
you know,
Chowdy.
just looking at the races,
Said,
we've got
ha,
a good
ha, ha,
variety of
ha,
different
ha,
things
ha,
that are
ha,
happening
ha,
today.
ha, ha, ha.
Our first race, as you see these guys out here getting a couple warm-up laps, is going to be a rally race.
PHG
So
underscore Shaggy
I
underscore
love
do
the rally
88.
races. I can't say I'm quite
Said,
that great at them,
still a
but they
few
are a ton of
spots
fun.
open.
That's going to be
Steven
exciting to watch.
Sills.
We always generally see some really good racing through the dirt rally races. You know, I think the other one, Atlanta, is a big favorite of mine. I'm definitely looking forward to being involved in that. Hopefully I don't make a fool of myself through that, but there is some really talented drivers that are going to be competing with me against in that one. So hopefully I don't get lapped. I'm going to try and stay on the lead lap. That's my goal there. So, and the one and only Papa, the proprietor of PHG. Papa, I don't know if you can lighten up your mic there and
I'm
say
here.
hi to the folks. There he is.
Hello, everybody.
Papa,
Welcome.
which one are you looking forward to today?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to the final race, the actual All-Star event. The way it worked out, it's actually almost a PHG versus CBR. A lot of fast guys in that CBR team, and it's almost team versus team. It's actually kind of cool the way it worked out.
It is, and quite a bit of skill between those two groups of teams there. We're going to see a lot of good racing today,
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. But man, I just want to thank everybody for being here. This has been an incredible time, this whole World Series. We're only halfway through it. A few races still to go, but it's good to take this break and this is just racing for fun. No points, different situations. Honestly, I'm super stoked for all of this.
Yeah, I think we all are, Papa. And again, thank you so much for all the hard work that goes into the PHG World Series here, to you and all the PHG members. We would be here for a half hour trying to list everybody off. So
Yeah,
I'm not going
right?
to go into naming names, but you guys know who you are, and thank you so much for all the hard work behind the scenes. Now's probably a great time to mention that you can still join the PHG World Series as we move forward into the next weeks. Feel free to jump onto the website. We can try and get a link pinned in the chat there for you so you can have easy access to that. If you don't want to race, don't be afraid to join the Discord and chat with the announcers and the drivers and the whole PHG team there. They are very active in their Discord. It's really one of my favorites to be a part of. So I highly recommend getting involved there. If nothing else, you may learn something about racing that you didn't know before. So Looks like they're still getting out on some practice laps here. I don't know if we have a time for when they're getting ready to start, but we're going to stay tuned live and watch for that. Man, these rally cars are a lot of fun. You know, you can really swing them sideways. I think we're going to see these guys pushing to the limits here. That's one of the benefits to being in a race where, you know, there's no points. It doesn't really matter if you win or lose. Everybody wants the bragging rights, certainly. So I think you're going to see these guys pushing a little bit harder than they normally would in a race, laying it out all on the line and trying to get that bragging right position for P1.
No steward inquiries for this week either.
Very good point. Very good point. Yeah, they are on the honor system, and there may be a little bit of bumping and grinding, but you know, we're dealing with a very high class.
Oh, no, the back.
What?
Oh, no, the back.
Heard something there in the background. Okay. Anyway, we are riding along with Fast Cougar as he slides that sucker around the turn there, man. That you're going to see a lot of guys getting their car sideways on these rally races and pushing the cars to the edge, doing everything they can to tuck that nose in the right direction. Stay on the throttle. So I see we have a few folks that are in the pits. A couple guys still on track getting their warm-ups in. One thing I will say, I was chatting with Fredbird, who is going to be in this race, and he is driving one of my favorites, the Subaru rally car there. We were talking about liveries. He actually is going to have a 440 Subaru, is what he called it. So we'll see what that one looks like. He's a big 442 guy, so I think it's a little shout out to the Oldsmobile with the Subaru. And let's see what that looks like when we get into the racing.
I've done my fair share of single player rallying. I always really like the Ford. I've kind of tried a little bit of all the other cars. The track that we're at, I've done a few laps around there.
Yeah,
I think the one interesting thing about this race is that the tuning is fully open. So I don't think that there's a power limit, so I'm wondering if these guys have pretty much maxed out their power. I think most of these cars, they max out at almost 800 horsepower.
Oh, geez.
That is some horses for sure. Looks like they are getting ready to get started here. I see the starting soon there in the chat. Our host Shaggy is going to get them lined up, and here you can see the race details. They will have a 10-minute qualifier. As you mentioned, Tuzum, thank you. They are entitled to full tuning, so they can jack these guys up as far as they can get them, tweak and tune anything they'd like. They're going to be on dirt tires.
Yeah. And Group B has always been interesting, if nothing else, because you have to have a totally different mindset with those cars. It's like you literally have to turn before you even get to the corner.
Yeah, you really do. You almost have to anticipate and kind of get the car pointed in that direction before you ever get there to keep it in line. And I believe we are starting. Is that qualifying there?
We will find out in just a moment. Yes, this is the start of the 10-minute qualifying session.
All right.
Very good. Shaggy, who is another big Subaru fan, is driving the Subaru out there. And I know he knows those Subarus very, very well. I expect Shaggy to certainly be somewhere in the top of this, but you never know, anything can happen, as Toon likes to say. And this can be kind of a tricky little course. There are, you know, some lefts and immediate rights, a lot of opportunity for some side-by-side racing here. So I expect these guys to really be pushing each other and challenging for positions with very little regard for safety.
Especially on the left-hander right here. It's like that one is like you honestly have to full send it. If you don't, you're going to be off the pace.
Yeah, and you see Fast Cougar coming around this swooping downhill right turn that then lines up, kind of takes you back into the woods a little bit. And there are a couple bumps along the line here that can really unsettle your car if you're not positioned in the right direction. Hit them wrong, they can send you flying, absolutely flying. And we don't need anybody getting a pilot's license today, as we see Fast Cougar get a little bit of air, very controlled. A couple hops.
And it's like as you go over those bumps, you got to make sure the car is already pointing in the direction where you want it to go as you land. It's handling that really good. Final corner, really long right-hand sweeper. Be the first to cross the line, and the benchmark is set at a 22.302.
And I gotta be honest, I didn't get a chance to run any practice laps on this particular one. I did run some at Laguna, which will be our all-star race, and I definitely ran some at Atlanta. As we see some folks starting to come across the line here, the grid begins to set itself up. So far, we've got SPC in the lead with a 122.244, Fast Cougar right behind. Nasty currently in third position. AGRT Chase in fourth, Shaggy Doo in fifth. Oh, Shaggy Doo bumped down to sixth as SPC puts his name up there. Oh, Johnny Boy bumped him down. Sorry about that. Salamander, one of our colleagues, is currently sitting in P8. As we jump on board with Johnny Boy, moving over to there's Sal.
No way I could be going this fast around here.
I could probably go that fast, but I would hit everything and anything and everything.
Yeah, I don't know about tuning, but if days were like stop, I probably could handle it better. It just might take some time for me to get used to a tuned rally car, though.
Honestly, I think I would have to switch the pad for these types of races because rallying on wheel, it is absolutely not my forte.
You know, Chisholm, it's funny you say that. So I run on the Logitech G923, and it is so loud when you do a rally race. It's just, it's almost annoying. Pad might be the answer. There's that 440 Subaru we talked about with Angry Fredberg. I see a lot of guys chose the Subaru. So is that the meta car here today? It just may be.
I mean, these guys did their testing. So I know you said you didn't do any practice here. I haven't either. So I think the guys racing, they would probably know a little bit better than we do. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I see a few people in the classic Subaru Impreza, so I think it'll be interesting to see who will win the battle between the current generation and the old generation.
What a great camera view we got there.
Yeah.
It was coming right at us, man. What a cool shot.
Gotta go out and replace that camera now.
Yeah, shout out to the production guy. Somebody get that guy a cast.
He's probably got one of those police shields to protect him from all the gravel.
There's a Ford out here.
Nice.
PHG Iron Fix is rocking the Mustang. Look at this.
All right.
You don't see too many Mustangs on rallies, but we have one here. I know there were some interesting requests. I think somebody was requesting to use the GTO Judge, which apparently is a lot of fun around this track. So maybe something for you guys to try in your free time.
The Festiva, the real Ford rally car, though?
I think it is, yeah.
So SPC actually just improves on his pole position time with a 22.055. He's about a quarter of a second ahead of Fast Cougar. They got about, oh no, Nasty just takes pole. What does that, a 21.1, dips well into the 21s. Got about just over 3 minutes left, so the drivers will have a few more laps to try to improve their positions, but that's a very solid time put together by Nasty.
And look at Nasty in the the booty sweat livery. An ode to the great old Tropic Thunder.
Just missed the spin, but nice 180 to get back going in the right direction. It looks like Fast Cougar slightly improved on his time, so I think he's at a 21.936, so slowly closing in. I'll have a couple more laps to challenge Nasty to take that top spot on the grid.
Alright.
And guys, help me out. I couldn't make it out through the dirt coming out. Oh, that's a Peugeot.
Yep.
Fast Cougar in the anti-meta potentially today. Yeah, I guess Ford, it's either the Focus or the Fiesta, right? I know they have some Focus rally cars as well.
It might have been the Focus.
Yeah, Ford definitely ran the Focus as their rally car at some point. I remember there was a Ford Focus WRC and GT5 and 6 from I think it was a 2008 model, I believe.
It's okay.
Because didn't Pastrana run one too in like the Monster X games or whatever they were called?
I believe so, yeah.
Alright.
Yep. Those Focus can go, buddy.
Yeah. Ford, yeah, they can make their rally cars, with their, what is it, EcoBoost?
They do run the EcoBoost, yes. Which I never understood. It's basically just a turbocharged engine, right?
I have no clue. I know very little about cars.
They just wanted to give it a cool Ford.
Kind of funny that they call it Eco. So,
Yeah, right?
Okay. Sure.
Well, I think their perspective, it's a very small displacement engine, but then they turbocharge it, so it's eco-friendly, right?
Oh boy.
And there's a look at I can't tell you if that's a Focus or a Fiesta. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's definitely a Focus.
That is a Focus. Okay.
Yeah.
Nasty remaining at the top of the grid so far for qualifying. SPC currently sitting in second. Johnny Boy in third. Salamander moved himself up to fourth. Shaggy Doo has got himself positioned in P5 for now. Angry Fredbird in P6. AGRT Chase currently in P7. Mr. Geezer Gears is sitting in P8 right now. The Real Shanman is in P9, and Iron Fix currently in P10. And I
we got
think
word
they
that
are. Go ahead.
we got word that Fast Cougar looks like he was disconnected from the lobby.
That's a pity. Engine failure.
Oh, Geezer improves to P4 with a
Look at that.
24.1.
Interesting.
That was a significant jump. I think he was in 8th before that.
He was, yes.
So he managed to hook up a lap together. Alright.
Fast Cougar, I see a question in chat. His time in before he got disconnected, he was in a 21.9, if I'm not mistaken. He was
Okay.
about 7 or 8 tenths away from P1. Actually, we can confirm that. was a 121.936
All right.
for Fast Cougar.
Okay.
So it looks like we're going to try to get Fast Cougar back into the lobby and into his appropriate grid spot. Hopefully that'll be the last disconnection for him.
Yeah. Nothing worse than having a disconnect during a race. Boy, that is unfortunate.
Dude, I had
And
2 disconnects during qualifying one time.
yeah, you did, Big Joe. That was rough. All right, let's take a look at our provisional grid. I would imagine we are going to try and get Fast Cougar in there. So we have currently NAST in P1 with a 121.140, PHG SPC with a 122.055, BHR Johnny Boy in the Genesis. I didn't catch that. 122.856. Geezer Gears in P4 with a 124.191. PHG Salamander in P5 with a 124.384. PHG Shaggy Dew 125.142. Angry Fredbird with a 125.288. AGRT Chase with a 125.824. Real Shanman currently in P9 with a 130.084. PHG Iron Fix with a 131.224. And there is Fast Cougar, and actually it shows his best lap, the 121.936. So let's see if they can get him positioned back where he's supposed to be. Fortunately, with it being an all-star race, we got the ability to do some of that stuff. All right, returning to practice. I think our host is trying to get the lobby set up here. So, guys, based on that, I'm just kind of looking down the grid. You got a couple focuses, you got the Genesis, and the majority of these guys are in the Subaru. And then there's a Mustang and a Peugeot down there on the list.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty interesting spread of vehicles. For me, it's a no-brainer. I'd be driving the Subaru. Casual, which car would you take?
Well, I'm partial to the Ford, so I'm looking at the Focus specifically. So if I had to pick a car to do well, at the very least, I would say Focus. Though I am curious on where that Mustang is going to end up by the end of the race.
Absolutely, I am too. And here we get a look at our race information. So this is at Colorado Springs. We've got 12 laps. They are on dirt. It is GRB with full tuning. So this is going to be an exciting 12 laps. Are we on grid? Is that? I think we have a set grid here.
It looks like the pit lane.
Is that our pit lane?
Okay.
The one thing I was gonna say is that the top 4, if we throw Fast Cougar back into P2, we're actually non-Subaru vehicles. So I think the guys who picked the WRX, they might be sweating a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It does look like the top 4 cars were non-Subarus, and that would make a big difference. So you've got, the Focuses, the Peugeot, and the Genesis, right?
Yeah, the Genesis was the other car.
Okay. I think our host is trying to configure our grid real quick here to get these guys set in the correct positions.
Okay. Yeah, curious that no one ended up picking the new Lancia. So
I think the reason for that, and this is just speculation, you might be able to upgrade it, but the Lancia with an older car, it's got a standard transmission, so the gear shifts take a little bit longer than they do. And the GT7 Group B cars.
Yeah.
There are a few people in the older Impreza, so I can't remember. I think that one also has. It might be I think it's a sequential, but there's still like a small shift delay. that you don't get with the paddle shifters in the newer Group B cars. I say newer, but they're not real, but they're modeled after more recent models.
That makes sense. I'm trying to think back. I think most of the experience I have on rally cars is either the Focus or the Subaru. As you're kind of playing through the game, you know, some of those. And the Focus does have a very good advantage in some of these races. It's fast, make no mistake about it.
Ironically, I have tried a time trial with the Lancia, and it's like, it's not bad. But yeah, that might be a problem. Sounds nice, though.
I have to admit, I love Sal's suggestion. Top 3 have to do 2 donuts before they start the race. Let's keep it interesting, guys.
Let's see if they actually oblige. Somehow I doubt it, but
yeah,
we'll see.
I wouldn't imagine.
Maybe we should put in, if you're leading every lap on the final lap, you have to go through the pit lane.
Tell us in chat who you are rooting for this race. The grid is set. We have cars ready to roll, drivers in position, and we're off. On our first race in the PHG All-Star Weekend, Nasty getting off to a really nice start. Fast Cougar jumps onto the inside, but can't quite sneak in and pass that. And I see a lot of dirt getting kicked up here. I think that's going to be something we're going to be accustomed to before the end of the race. Sticking with Salamander, who's mid-pack. He's in 5th position. He's got SPC in front of him and Geezer Gears behind him. I don't see too much shuffling. SPC moved up, Salamander moved up, Johnny has moved down. So these guys are jockeying for positions in the first couple laps. Looks like Sal swung a little wide.
And try to take the lead.
Yeah, there we go. Nasty moves up the middle.
All right.
Nasty is swinging that car around, and Fast Cougar's trying to just point himself past, but can't quite get the pass done. As you see him making a couple jumps there. That is a wild ride, I promise.
Oh, yeah.
SPC's really close behind these front two. As they keep battling, it's allowing him to stay put and maybe try to take advantage if these two come together. Hopefully he gets that left-hander a little wrong. So he lost a bit of time. Salamander's now threatening to pass. He's trying to squeeze down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? Not quite. SPC punches it going around the outside as they cross the finish line to start lap 2. Salamander touches the wall, loses a bit of time. But Johnny Boy's looking to try to get his blade back up in the P3 where he started. Almost a little touch, but looks like they avoided contact. Staying line astern as they are right now.
It's really easy to make a mistake as you start drifting and trying to position yourself for the turn. You can simply drift too far, you know, tap the back end, and it's going to slow you down substantially for what you wanted to happen. And getting wide on these turns really opens the door for whoever's behind you to make a nice, easy, smooth pass.
Oh, yeah.
Getting a little bit of a field spread at the moment. Looks like the top 3, maybe looks like 4th and 5th are a bit further back. But yeah, we're starting to see a few separate battles created here. And yeah, so we got a really close battle. That was a really good shot. I love that.
Yeah.
That was.
So yeah, top 3 going at it for podium positions, and then a small gap to BHR Johnny Boy and P4, who did overtake Salamander. So we'll see if he can claw his way back up to the battle for the lead. Looks like Nasty got a little bit wide coming out of that first corner and tapped that wall, lost a little bit of time to P2. And Fast Cougar with a 22-1 fastest lap. He's got himself about a second cushion over PHG SPC.
And you get a really good view here on the bumper cam from Nasty as he's trying to close that gap to SPC and get back up into P2. For those of you wondering, if you see that in-car camera, that is what the VR guys get to see. I wonder if we have anybody in the race on VR. Do you guys know if there's anybody in that grid running VR today? He may be. I'm not 100% sure.
I could be absolutely mistaken, but I vaguely remember, I think Chase may have said he also does VR, but I'm not sure.
And there's a look at that in-car cam from Sal's perspective. Sorry, so go ahead.
I was just going to say, usually for VR players, I just look for VR in their usernames, because a lot of them put VR in their names to display that.
Yeah.
Back down about mid-pack, we're on board with Geezer Gears, looking back as he flies through that sliding turn there. I have watched so many people do these rally races, and you know, I guess my question for the group here is the technique to slide through every turn, or does it make sense to you know, not to? Is that the best way to keep your speed up through these?
I mean, the pros do it in real life. I've seen GT7 drivers also do it here. I can only assume that it's faster than trying to grip your way through each corner.
Yeah, I would assume it's more often than not better to slide. Plus, the cars are just naturally, their suspension-wise, are just built differently than how you're used to with most race cars. Most race cars are built with a stiffer suspension, whereas rally tends to have a softer flow to it. So I would imagine it's like you're probably better off with sliding your way through.
And Fredberg looked like he was trying to give a little bit of challenge there to Salamander, but couldn't quite get it done. I think he got it wrong a little bit going into this wooded area and kind of caught the side, slowed him down quite a bit.
Yeah, that last sector is pretty sketchy if you're out of place.
Oh, and look at this pass that Sal is putting on Johnny Boy. Can't quite get it done, but he is in place to keep pressure on Johnny Boy through the remainder of this lap. Johnny Boy is right in front of Sal. What a wild ride.
Yeah, it looks like Johnny Boy has the advantage on acceleration. As soon as they exited that corner, he instantly pulled by like a tenth or two.
Right.
And for a while, it actually looked like Salamander was just pushing Johnny Boy through one of those corners.
It looked like he gave him the T-bone and was just helping him through, but to your point, Johnny Boy was able to get that traction back down and pull away just ever so slightly here. Back to the back of the grid, we've got Fredberg, who is now trying to put some pressure on Shaggy. I think they are in different Subarus. I think Shaggy's in the older version. Shaggy runs a little bit wide. Fredberg's going to get an opportunity to try to get past him.
Oh, so happened to Chase. And Shaggy just overtook Chase for P7 and almost got overtaken by Fredberg.
Yeah, I think Fredberg might have given Chase a little bump to help him get back moving in the right direction there. Let's see if we can take a look at that. Here you go. I can't quite tell if there was contact, but boy, that was pretty close. Chase doing a really good job to maintain that P8 position that he's got and not give it back to Fredberg, give it away to Fredberg. Back up to the front, Fast Cougar leading our race currently. We are about halfway done. Boy, these laps go quick.
Less than a second separating our top two right here. They checked out from Nasty. Nasty might, I think he's kind of running solo in P3 right now. Yeah, these two, they're almost neck and neck at this point, but Fast Cougar's doing a good job trying to hold off that pressure from SPC.
Yeah, Tism, I think you said it well, man. Nasty is kind of, he's on an island. He's got, what, 4 seconds to the leaders in front of him, and significant group time from him. What is it, 7 seconds from him to Johnny Boy? We jump on board with Salamander, who's kind of by himself as well. There's Geezer Gears coming through the turn. What a great camera angle they're doing. Shout out to production, Papa. Well done, sir. Chase back in P9. So he did end up losing that position to Fred Bird. And unfortunately, it looks like Iron Fix in the Mustang is having a little bit of struggles. He's pretty far back in P10, so maybe not the right car choice, but hopefully he's having a good time out there.
As we're going back to the battle for the lead, it's even closer now. Fast Cougar only a quarter of a second ahead. SPC goes down the inside, a little bit of a push, but takes away P1. Fast Cougar after following for over half of this race. He's even running purple to boot.
Hey, Cole's been asking for this race like forever. He better do well.
And he has already pulled a 1 second gap over Fast Cougar. He is absolutely flying now that he's in front. Sets fastest lap as well with a 21.2.
Fast Cougar looks like he's trying to cut those turns a little bit and try and gain some ground, but that delta does not seem to be shrinking just yet. SPC trying to
absolutely on a tear.
Yeah, SPC is trying to get himself a little bit of a gap and just close this out here with just a few laps to go.
Cougar's doing what he can to try to maintain that gap, but he's just slowly falling further and further back.
Yeah, and I think you called it, Chisholm. It is, there are no Subarus in the top two here, so, and they are absolutely dusting the rest of the pack right now. Pun intended. Fred Bird trying to chase down Shaggy. They are, what, about a second away from each other currently. And
So
I
Shaggy
don't know that...
stated that he's at a disadvantage because he uses automatic.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, that Subaru, you have to shift it quite early, like almost as early as the Group 4 BMW M4. So him having to rev that car out, that might put him at a disadvantage. Well, it is put him at a disadvantage for this race.
You know, I don't know that Fred has a ton of rally experience. I know he's played some through the just through the standard game. I don't know that he's done too much competitive. So this is kind of his rally debut, if you will. He's doing a really good job keeping himself in that P8 position. Back up to the leaders. Here's Fast Cougar. Still just over a second between him and our leader, SPC. And as soon as I say that, that almost went to about a second and a half.
And his last lap was a 23.1, but we know SPC is capable of low 21, so I'm wondering if SPC had a moment that brought Fast Cougar back within a second.
See these guys just whipping that car around the turn, staying on the throttle all the way through.
You know,
And
SPC,
look at that.
yeah. Well, SPC is wishing this was the final lap.
Right. We're on lap 10 of 12. Like we said, these go quickly here, folks. SPC is just over a half second in front of Fast Cougar. Fast Cougar has just about a 3-second lead over Nasty in third, Johnny Boy in fourth, Sal in fifth, Geezer Gears in sixth, Shaggy in seventh, Fred Bird in eighth.
The one thing I just noticed about Fast Cougar is that he's using counter steer assist, and I'm wondering if that's beneficial for a race like this where you're pretty much sideways 100% of the time.
That is definitely going to limit the power to the vehicle, so That's one of the challenges with the assists. They're there to help you, but they will slow you down. As we see a little bit of lap traffic, fair play to Iron Fix, making sure to get out of the way there for our leaders to swoop on by.
Okay, we just got a $100 donation.
What?
From PHG-WS.
C-Dubs, what's up, buddy? Big shout out to him. I believe he is hosting a pool party today with a group of folks, hopefully watching the race there. So good looking out, my man. Thank you. And guys, remind me, he'll be in one of our races today, won't he?
Let me see. I can pull.
Sorry, I don't have a
list.
roster in front of me. I want to say he is.
He will be in race 2.
Okay.
Okay. Race 2. All right.
Well, C-Dubs, there's no steward, so you're not able to pay them off today with that $100 donation, but we thank you very much. Oh, look at Fredbird making a move. He couldn't quite get by Shaggy.
It's like
Had
Shaggy
some really
closed the
good
door
momentum.
just in time.
Yeah, had a good look, but, you know, that door just got slammed right in his face. Exit speed is really important. Obviously, we see these guys sliding the cars around. They want to be pointed in the right direction. You got to keep it in the right gear, and the pedal's down. I mean, it's just down. If you watch that throttle, these guys hardly ever let up, maybe just a little bit. And there's not a whole lot of brakes to use through this track.
Yeah, in rally, you're not really using the brakes unless you coming up to like a line.
Japan.
I'm trying to remember. I think the co-driver would call it like maybe a 1 or 2.
We are on our final lap. We are watching SPC here with just over a 2.5 second gap between him and Fast Cougar. It is shrinking ever so slightly. He's looking like he's going to be able to secure this, assuming he doesn't make any large mistakes. A small one he might be able to afford.
Looks like I'm going to be right about Ford, by the way.
Agreed. Agreed.
His last lap was a 20.9, which is 2 seconds faster than what he did in qualifying.
Golly.
Did I say 2 seconds? I meant 0.2.
That's cooking. It is cooking. And he increases his lead between him and P2 to 3 seconds now. What a great shot we got there as they're coming right at you. Go ahead, Tizzle.
Now, if SPC does win this, it only counts if he does a 360 across the line.
You heard it here first. 360s only across the line.
Yeah, 360s or.
Oh, he did it!
And he
did it! Let's go! Yes!
Well done, SPC.
Yes.
Somebody was listening to the broadcast.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Oh my.
What an exciting way to finish our first PHG All-Star Weekend race. Now we jump on board with Johnny Boy, who's in a pretty comfortable position over Salamander there. There's just about a 2 second gap. Looks like he is going to be able to close it out. Salamander following suit, putting himself backwards through the start finish. Here's Geezer Gears coming around the last turn. And he will follow suit as well. Shaggy with the approach, no 360 there. We'll deduct points for that. Fredbird, same.
Yellow flags are flying, but everybody's ignoring
That's
those
right.
here.
That's right. And now we have Chase finish in. That will wrap up our field for the first PHG All-Star Weekend race. That was awesome. Well done, SPC. Way to represent PHG. That was somewhat of a dominant victory. Would you guys agree?
Oh yeah, definitely. Once he got past Fast Cougar, it was
was
pretty
over.
much the SBC show after that.
Yeah. Big Joe, do you want to take us through the results, sir?
Sure, we got SPC Cole finishing in first, We have Fast Cougar in second. We have Nasty in third. We got Johnny Boy coming up in fourth. Finishing out the top 5, we have Salamander. In sixth, we have Geezer Gears. Seventh is our resident alien. Eighth would be Angry Fredbird. And then ninth is we're going to have Chase. And then we have Iron Fix bringing up the top 10. Or finishing out the top 10, I should say.
Thank you so much. That was an exciting race. Guys, we were looking forward to a rally race. There have been some clamorings for a rally within the league. Good to see it here. We've seen it in some of our other leagues, so it's a lot of fun. It's a good change of pace. Really challenges the drivers there to get yourself in a good position, and there's a lot of good racing through that. A lot of good racing. All right. Before we get into our second of 4 races, we're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. Hang tight, get yourself a fresh beverage or maybe a dip in the pool. We'll be right back.
Engines roar, neon lights, PHG, we own the night. Speeding demons, chrome steel, burning rubber, can't conceal. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our lane, victories in our veins. Endless highway, fearless flight, flames of passion ignite the fight. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our lane, endless flight. Flames of passion ignite the fight. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings.
To our PHG All-Star Weekend. We're getting ready to kick off our second race of 4. Our drivers today are going to be at Trial Mountain for race 2. We've got one of our co-hosts, Tism, is going to make an appearance in this lobby, as you see, as well as C-Dubs. Tell us a little bit about the race, if you would, Mr. Casual.
So, as you see, we are finding ourselves at Trial Mountain, and we're going 13 times around the mountain. Tires are ×4. You can use any tire, but you are obligated to use a racing hard tire. A ×2 fuel multiplier, and we are in Group 2 machinery, which consists of the GTR, the NSX, and the RCX.
And those are 3 very quick cars. I happen to like all 3 of them, to be completely honest. Let's see what, as we look at the grid here, it looks like there's a pretty good mix of NSX
Okay.
and
Yeah.
just a couple RCFs in there.
Okay. Yeah, I remember back on GT Sport, back in the day, GTR was the meta, and then I think it was on GT7 eventually, they just made the NSX have less tire wear. So that ended up becoming the meta on 7 whenever there's like a race that has decent enough tire wear.
Okay. I only have limited experience in the Group 2s.
Me too.
The Lexus is always my choice, though. I know the NSX is fast, but I've been driving Lexus for quite a while. I just feel comfortable with it. It might be a crutch, might not. So.
Yeah, for the most part, people either do NSX or if they want to do something different, I think they'll do the GTR. Don't know all that much about the RCF, but yeah, the GTR is not terrible. It's just if you want better tires at the end of a race, more often than not, then you would go NSX.
And tires can make a big difference at this track. There is quite a bit of area where you got to do some driving.
But it'll be curious.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it'd be curious to see if people try to go all the way on hards, or if they'll try to make one stop work.
Yeah, I would be curious to see that. I don't know.
Because ×4 isn't exactly low, but it's not ridiculously high either, so it's kind of like in between.
Yeah, it's been a little while since I've run Trial Mountain. I don't recall. Is this a long pit stop or a short one?
It's not like a Spa 24-hour or Le Mans long, but
it's like a medium, I would say.
Yeah.
It's a medium? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not Willow Springs, but it's not Le Mans either, so it's kind of like somewhere in between.
Like in Atlanta.
There you go, which we will see next in our race 3 of 4 today.
Yeah, I'll say the pit entry is in Texas a lot easier than
Yeah, that is one of the challenges to Road Atlanta. That is a tricky entrance and also exit. It's very easy to get that 3-second pit lane violation.
Yeah, so
The Daytona pit then.
Oh man. Minus the invisible wall, right?
oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, where if you are a little too overzealous at T1. Yeah, I've hit that wall every now and then.
Oh, if there is something to hit, I've found it. Let me tell you. And the drivers, I believe, are still warming up. I don't think we've actually started qualifying yet.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I believe they are looking for maybe one more person to hop in the lobby.
Are they?
Looks like, oh, well, maybe not. We've got 10. We've
Should-
got 10 drivers.
Should I hop in? I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
I can wait for a couple of weeks before I finish last again.
Shaggy is asking for our racers to enter the lobby if they are jumping in. If you are looking forward to getting into this lobby, I would say doing it now is the choice.
Now is the time.
Well, looks like we're going to see an NSX Lexus battle here. Nobody chose to take the other vehicle there, but
I'm not opposed to doing this. I won't know what to do strat-wise, but
well, that could put you in a tough position against folks like Velvet Thunder, who I know has put in some effort in practice. But it is the All-Star Week. You have nothing to lose.
But yeah, I could. Jorge's tell me to do it.
Yeah.
Jorge says do it.
All right. I guess I'm going to be doing this.
Get in
All
there.
Now I just got to switch over to Group 2 car. I guess it's a good thing. During the break, I was doing a race with the CLK. All right, let's switch.
Run the car nobody else is running.
Let's see. Group 2. Category 2. Let's see. My NSX has my beloved Hot Wheels on it. How many Lexus? There's
2.
2. And none of the third. You should run the third.
Why not? We could do the GTR so that we could get GTR.
All 3 manufacturers in there.
Yeah. Big Joe at the pit crew says run the GTR.
Need to do an oil change. Its oil is bad.
Uh-oh.
So I need to do that first.
Can't use a McLaren F1 jersey. It's not a choice.
Yeah, Cads would love to drive that McLaren.
All right, let's see.
So,
Okay.
Big Joe, as we're looking down the list of drivers included in this particular race, we see some familiar faces here. Obviously, Shaggy, Fast Cougar. We all know C-Dubs. We all know Velvet Thunder, Johnny Boy, Arrow. Anybody in this list you think to watch out for to take this race win?
Lux Flair, maybe? He surprised us all last week with the win at Spa.
Very good point. Yes, he did with a very, very good win. I've got my eyes on him, Shaggy, and doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't surprise us.
Arrow, maybe?
Arrow, I know C-Dubs has got some definite driving skill as well. So
I'm saying all of them are quick people, so
yeah, I would not rule anybody
take
out.
it.
I would not rule anybody out.
But yeah, it should be there in just a minute. Just wait on the whole network environment thing.
We're riding on board with C-Dubs as he gets a couple of practice laps in. Looks like Racer 51 put up a 137.574 through practice, so expect to see somewhere in that neighborhood for quali.
Could be somewhere in the 150s.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, I don't have the best pace around here. I know the track, I know the turns, but I just simply can't execute it quite as quickly as these guys are going to do today. So
Me either. Yeah, I've got the track, the braking points down, but yeah, I just can't pull it all together consistently enough.
It's one thing to know how to do it. It's a totally different thing to actually do it and then do it and
Yeah.
race around other drivers.
All right. I'm in the lobby now, so I guess I'll get myself in. Try my best.
All right, good luck, Mr. Casual.
Wasn't expecting to do it, but oh well, I guess.
So we have 3 colleagues in this race now with Velvet Thunder, C-Dubs. Well, actually 4, count Shaggy. Velvet Thunder, C-Dubs, Shaggy, and who am I forgetting?
One commentating how they do it. Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, Tucson. Well, Velvet Thunder is Tucson. That's where I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah.
Generally rocking a pretty good looking purple livery, as Velvet Thunder always does. Mr. Casual looks like he is on the hard compound.
Sometimes it's better to practice on the hards.
Might as well get used to the feel of the hards since you got to use them anyway. That's always my philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may be trying to do a from the back type race. Qualify on hards, get you a starting position towards the back, and then come back and win it. Why not, right?
Why not?
That's a good looking Hot Wheels livery. As he mentioned, he was going for the Hot Wheels GTR. Love that green look. As we saw last week, Mr. Casual knows how to run. He put on a bit of a clinic in his split at Spa with a very dominant victory. Looking to come out here in the All-Star week and put his stamp on the weekend. You see this back section of the course here. They come through the left, right, or right, left, right. Around here, this is a tricky one into this somewhat sharp downhill, kind of off-camber left-hand turn. And then you position yourself for the final chicane before the start-finish.
This is the one that gets me all the time.
Yep, and you see Velvet Thunder out there on the side.
That's where I always lose my time.
Mr. Casual does a very nice job hitting those apex. Looks like Tism's having a little bit of fun there. Tires up, maybe.
Looking for some camera time.
Yeah, called Michelin, said, hey, send another set down to the pit. I'm going to burn these off.
He just wanted some extra camera time.
And he's got a pretty good space to run there. We're going to jump on board with C-Dubs here as it comes down straight away. Would you call this a high-speed left-hand turn? It really kind of is. I mean, grabbing a lot of your speed coming into it. There's a couple different lines you can take, but you want to definitely get into the apex. Touch the curb on both sides here. He's down in third gear as he's coming up on this left-hand turn. Dropping it into second, back to third. Couple tires in the dirt. Big braking zone here. Set up for the chicane. And that was executed very nice by C-Dubs. And he is going to start his first hot lap here.
Or not.
Panorama. Little showmanship.
We're not qualifying yet.
Oh, we're not qualifying yet. I'm sorry.
All right.
I thought that was live.
Nope, here we go. Good luck, everybody.
All right, well, good luck to all our drivers. They're going to get on track and actually start qualifying now.
Yep.
Now that we've gotten a good look at how it's done from C-Dubs. Looks like we're going to stay on board with him for just a moment as everybody makes their pit exit. Shaggy leads the pack as he comes through the back section here. This track is fun. There's a lot of room to pass. You know, obviously there's a lot of slipstream that you can get from other drivers on these straights. You know, I would imagine we're going to see quite a bit of battling with these gentlemen through this race. There will be no steward inquiries. Velvet in third currently. Those positions are just where they are in the grid right now, as they're still on their hot lap. About a minute 30 to get through that first hot lap. Or their out lap. There is Flux Flare, who we've seen do very well in previous splits. Jersey with the Tide vehicle. Johnny Boy, one of my wife's favorites, the Dr. Pepper livery. I am a big Hot Wheels fan, so good job on that choice, Mr. Casual. There is Racer 51 sporting that oh so beautiful PHG livery. And we've got Shaggy on his first hot lap here. As he comes around that left-hand turn to the straight. He will not be getting slipstream as nobody's in front of him. You know, Joe, what do you think? Is it kind of a good strategy to keep close to somebody in qualifying here so you can take advantage of that slipstream through the straights?
You would think, but you're on soft tires, so it could eat up your tires the length that that's
a very good point. Yeah, as we see C-Dubs doing just that.
all depends, I guess, on how your car handles dirty air.
Well, Mr. Casual mentioned, you know, these guys are very, you know, it's Group 2, they're very high downforce vehicles. But that does not take away the tire degradation from being in dirty air, unfortunately. It might minimize it a little bit. Shaggy positioning to come across the line for his first hot lap with a 138.488. The rest of the field will be popping in here. As we see Velvet Thunder currently with our fastest hot lap with a 137.684.
Very cool.
I would also imagine, you know, with these being Group 2, you know, burning some fuel out could be an advantage. I don't know, I could be wrong. Definitely am not sure about that, but I think the lighter the car is, you're going to take advantage of that getting through the track here. Here is Jersey, who is provisionally in P2. He put up a 138.438 with his first hot lap. Racer 51 with a 138.028.
Puts him up to second.
Well, putting him in P2 for right now. Creeping up on the halfway mark through qualifying. Racer 51, oh, moving back to Aero. Driving the oh-so-popular NSX. I still, to the life of me, don't understand why it's a Honda, but, yeah. Japanese game, not American, right?
Yep.
So here is Flux Flare, and it looks like he's trying to take advantage of some of that stream from Chase as they come into the final chicane. Both drivers getting through that without an issue. Oh, a little whip there. right back onto the bumper of Chase. And that moves Flair up into P4. So right now we are Thunder in first. Racer 51 in second. C-Dubs in P3. Flex Flair in P4. Jersey in P5. Shaggy in P6. Fast Cougar in P7. And Arrow in P8. Then we have Mr. Casual currently in 9. Fernando B, who got into... I thought Fernando was going to be in this, but I hadn't seen too much from him, so it's good to see him on track today for the All-Star weekend here. Fernando, one of the other Midwestern guys. Keep in touch with him. He definitely comes out to Gateway International Raceway every once in a while. So we try and catch up with him there when we can. And moving back over to Johnny Boy, who is just coming out of the pits. Got himself some fresh rubber and a full tank. He was trying to move that Dr. Pepper NSX around this track as quickly as possible. So, just past the 6-minute and 30-second mark in qualifying. They get 10 minutes. I didn't catch what the runoff is, but they do get a little bit of time after that 10-minute mark if they're on a hot lap to try to finish that out.
Oh, Thunder's still holding pole.
And let's see, he's on an out lap, so he's going to be starting a hot lap now as he crosses the start-finish here in just a second. This first section can be really tricky, you know, you're coming into this first couple turns with a lot of speed, and as you see, that's an off-camber turn on that first one. That car just wants to shoot right over into the dirt. Oh, he might have gotten a little contact with C-Dubs, didn't look like any big issues.
Could have been just netcode too.
That's true. Real sharp left through the tunnel. Works that clean. Looks like he is touching those apexes just as gently as he can. He's going to come into the sweeping left-hand turn. You want to definitely carry as much speed through this left as you can to get on that straight. And giddy up and go. And you got a nice long straight here that's going to take him into the, as I mentioned, I feel like I'm going to just call it the high-speed left, but you're scrubbing as much speed as you can to get through it.
Yep.
Down into third gear, back on the throttle. As he positions here for this right, left, right.
He's down to second though, so might have had some contact with C-Dubs right there in that first section. Let's see if he improves the next flyer. If he has time, you know, he'll have time.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's got plenty of time to get another in here. As you see him getting a nice position to get through that final chicane, straighten himself out, get through the start finish. Does not improve on that one, but he's got at least one more, maybe two, if he picks it up. So it doesn't look like we've had too many shakeups in the grid. Velvet, Jersey, 51, C-Dubs, Fast Cougar, Flex Flair, Shaggy, and Arrow are our top 8 currently. Watching Racer 51 with that trademark PHG livery. I feel like that's a salamander design, if I'm not mistaken.
Bruce. The P2.
Oh, look at that.
I think you're right as well.
Now,
I think it is a salamander livery.
one of the best livery designers voted on by the community.
I concur.
And Racer is in the Lexus, not the most popular choice for this race, but he is certainly getting around with good speed. Here's Shaggy Dude. Those of you guys who don't know, he does drive an automatic.
And controller.
And pad, yep. And Shaggy stays in P7, I believe. And we are on our final hot lap here. as we ride along with Arrow. We're going to check out Mr. Casual. Yep. And he is giving it all the beans down the straight. Heavy on the brakes into this left-hand turn. Nice and close on the apex. Using all the track he can.
Up half a second.
Yep, up half a second into the right, left, right. This turn here can cause a lot of challenges in race because it is kind of a tricky. Your car wants to go over to the wall no matter what you're doing. So you definitely got to be mindful of your positioning through that. Heavy brakes into the last chicane. All over the apex, looking good. Let's see if Mr. Casual can improve his starting grid position. And the clock ticks. 38:01. Moves up to the P5. Well, Mr. Casual. So he will hopefully be starting with a top 5 starting grid position. I don't know if we have anybody else still on a hot lap. That may be everybody.
Top 5, 3 of them are ran by commentator.
How about that? Velvet Thunder, E-Dubs, and Mr. Casual. Well done. Representing the comms booth well.
Yeah, you know how we do.
Yeah, there he is. Yep, for those of you guys out there, we do have Velvet Thunder, who is going to be in car, but he has a hot mic, so he might jump into the broadcast every once in a while and talk to us a little bit. We'll see how that goes.
Not too bad, considering no practice at all.
Not bad at all. Top 5. Well done, Mr. Casual. And as Big Joe was explaining, there's 3 broadcasters there in the top 5. So, Joe, do you mind taking us through our starting grid positions?
We have Velvet Thunder. P2, we have Racer 51. P3 is C-Dubs. P4 is going to be Jersey. Rounding out the top 5 is going to be Mr. Casual. In P6, we have Fast Cougar. In 7th, we have Flux Flare. 8th is Shaggy Doo. 9th, we have Arrow. In 10th, we have Johnny Boy. 11th, we have Fernando. And in 12th, we have Chase. And bringing up in 13th is Jericho.
And what flag is that Jericho's running under? Did anybody catch that?
No, I didn't.
Not something I'm familiar with. Puerto Rico, maybe? Malaysia. Okay.
Malaysia.
Okay. Jericho coming in from Malaysia. Talk about a lot of different people jumping in here. Very cool. All right. Well, our starting grid is set. Good luck to all of our racers. I'm obviously pulling for all the comms guys out in this race here. So definitely go out there and represent for us. Big Joe, anybody in particular you're rooting for or pulling for this one?
All the commentators. I want to see I want to see a commentator podium.
So 1, 2, 3, huh? Velvet, C-Dubs, and Mr. Casual in any order.
Yes, sir. Any order.
All right. Love it. Love it. I'm with you. I wouldn't mind Fernando 4th position.
He can have P4.
Okay. Well, I think they are getting their final little drinks of water, a little drink of coffee, maybe a shot of whiskey. Who knows what these guys are doing here? I got to say kudos to them, to consider having a hot mic in the car. I would be spitting out too many expletives during race. I don't know that that's something I'd be willing to do, but he is going to be able to keep himself composed and likely start off with a couple lead laps here for us, hopefully.
I mean, yeah, I could definitely censor myself
Yeah.
for the broadcast.
All right. Well, the grid is set. Everybody's in car. Tism, good luck to you, Casual. C-Dubs, go get them, boys. And we prepare for race 2 of the PHG All-Star Weekend here at Trial Mountain. Lights are going. It's Christmas time. Green lights out. Velvet Thunder with a
Here you go.
great start. Racer 51 looks like he got a very good start. Are they 5 wide currently? Look at these guys jockeying for position. I see at least 3 wide. Velvet Thunder makes a nice move to get himself some clean air. Oh, and Shaggy Doo over into the dirt already. That's going to be trouble. As you see the majority of the field being able to drive by him in the first turn. That is a tricky spot there. We're on board with Mr. Casual, who's gotten himself up into P3, so looking like our potential wish could come. Racer 51 holding on to P2 right now. Jersey and C-Dubs in P5. As we see Jersey make a nice move on the outside to get into this left-hand turn. A lot of slipstream going to happen here. I think we will see quite a bit of position changes through the straights. As you see Flux Flare making a move on C-Dubs. Couldn't quite get it done. C-Dubs still in the slipstream for Mr. Casual and being able to hold that position for now. Flux Flare tries to tuck into the inside, can't quite get there. Still looking inside. We're 3 wide basically. Okay, Flux tucks back. Mr. Casual is all over C-Dub's bumper. And Jersey is not far ahead of them. Velvet Thunder seems to have broke loose a little bit and is just pulling away ever so slightly with a 2-second gap coming into the chicane. Very nice in the braking zone. Smooth moves up into the chicane. And Velvet Thunder doing a wonderful job maintaining P1 through the first lap. So he currently has a 2.6 second lead on Racer 51. And he is on the soft compound. That may be why he's doing... He seems to be having no trouble pulling away. I mean, Big Joe, what do you think?
Not with softs on and everybody else running on. Pulling.
Yeah,
Especially,
taking a look at...
especially with that pole position time that he set.
Yeah, taking a look at the rest of the field here, I saw 51 was on hard, Jersey on hards, C-Dub also on hards, Mr. Casual, yep. I'm looking for anybody else on different...
Is the tire wear going to be enough that the hards are going to have to pit? Because if
there's
not...
Jericho on softs, okay.
I can confirm that the hards do not have to pit for this race.
Okay.
And no, I did not forget to change my tires.
No, that's what you wanted, huh?
We didn't figure you did. You just better pull a 30-second gap if you want to keep that lead when you pit.
So in my calculation, I heard you guys talking about it earlier. I don't know how accurate it is, but the pit loss is about 14 seconds.
Okay, that's not too bad. We've definitely seen some longer pit losses in the previous weeks, with Spa being, God, almost a minute in some situations. Looks like in 2 laps, Tism, you put up 4 seconds, so at that rate, I think you're going to be in pretty good shape for that pit. Keep that up and tack up 2 seconds a lap, you'll be just fine. And we jump into the on-car cam with Tism as he continues to lead this race with a commanding lead right now. He's up to a 5-second gap. We're jumping back. We're on board with Arrow now.
10 more seconds to go to be safe. He needs 15 to make that pit stop.
Mr. Casual is currently back in 6th position, and Arrow looks to be trying to take that away from him. Let's see if he can hold on. A little wiggle coming out of the turn there. Arrow has no trouble getting by. He's going to put Casual in his slipstream. Making it tricky for him to get that slipstream with a little bit of weave left and right. Heavy brakes here into this left-hand turn. Mr. Casual doing a nice job to stay on that apex. Arrow increases his gap just ever so slightly through that section there. Oh, and unfortunately Shaggy ended up with a half-second track limit penalty. And I wonder... Moving on to Johnny Boy. So the battle for 9 and 10 looks to be pretty close. They are about a half second away from each other. As we conclude the 4th lap of 13. And if you look in the upper right-hand corner at the track map, you can see that Tism, aka Velvet Thunder, is increasing his lead ever so slightly with each lap. That tire compound seems to make an enormous difference here. You know, we're 4 laps in and he's 7 seconds up. So didn't quite hit 2 seconds on each of the 4 laps, but right there. All the beans going down the straightaway. We're going to now take a look at the battle here for P9 as Johnny Boy tries to hunt down Chase. Really nice exit on that turn. He's going to take the inside and have no problem pulling up next to and past. That's weird. It might be a little netco. It looks like Chase was past and then in front and then past and then in front. Johnny Boy appears to have gotten P9 from him. And Chase taking the outside, maintaining his speed through that. They're going to go side to side through this tricky little section. No, looks like Johnny Boy's going to back out. Let Chase have that position to get through this section here. I certainly wouldn't want to be door to door with anybody through that section at all. And maybe it's just me, Joe. It looks like Johnny Boy's hopping around a little bit. Be a little bit of a netco issue there.
It does appear that way.
Take a look at Fernando, who has unfortunately got himself a half-limit track penalty. Half-second track limit. That's what I meant. Goodness. Sorry, I get so excited. If we could, let's take a look at C-Dubs. C-Dubs is currently in P4, running with Flux Flare. Oh, Flux actually tucks through the inside and steals P4 away from him. I think every time C-Dubs passes somebody, his full party should dunk somebody.
Agree.
And C-Dubs actually wasn't able to stay in the slipstream range for Flux there, so he's got a little bit of ground to make up. He's 1.2 seconds back from P4. As we step back one spot to Arrow, he's just a little further back on the straight, so he's a second and a half back from C-Dubs, with about a second and a half between him and P7 and Mr. Casual.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, people.
Good shout out, Joe. Don't forget that. We appreciate all of your support. Taking a look here at Shaggy Doo, who's trying to hunt down Mr. Casual. And they're coming into the last section here with a heavy braking zone. Kane, start, finish straight. And obviously Shaggy had a little bit of trouble on lap. I would have gathered that section here without the traffic challenge. He is absolutely in the slipstream range of Mr. Casual, just over a half second back. You see here he's going to let off just a touch. We jump back to the chase cam. P9 in-car cam. That is a cool look. And he has Johnny Boy all over his bumper right now. You look back in that rearview mirror and you just see that Dr. Pepper car everywhere. He is not letting him have that position without a challenge. Chase may have ran a little wide. We check in with Velvet Thunder, who has currently an 8.2 second lead over Racer 51. Yeah, and those tires do not look all that awesome. What do you think, Joe? You think he's trying to get one more lap out of him or come in?
I would say he's going to try to get one more lap out of him. But, nope, I'm wrong.
We are both wrong. I was going to say the same thing, so... It looks like he is going to go ahead and come on in. And we take a look at C-Dubs, who has got himself a half-second track limit penalty. I don't know why I can't spit that out today.
Just say have some penalty for track limit.
That's it. Racer 51 makes his way past the pits and is going to take over P1. Jersey is well, nope, I don't think he was able to quite get by. And Chisholm comes out on the hard compound the last couple laps.
Here you go.
And he has Jersey all over his tailpipe. And this could be a very good battle here towards the last few laps. These two are very talented drivers. Velvet on a fresh set of hards where Jersey is a bit more. The tire degradation on those hard compounds is significantly less than what we saw on the soft compounds for Velvet Thunder, so maybe not too much of an advantage, but there is definitely an advantage. We've got, Velvet Thunder. Did I miss, how did he get past Jersey? Into the straight. Oh, Racer 51, unfortunately, lost it going into the straight in the tunnel there. Velvet Thunder and Jersey were able to make the move. Chisholm puts himself right back into P1, uncontested. That's unfortunate for Racer 51. It does happen. You gotta be able to keep your car under control, and every once in a while, you lose it. So Joe, if you're in one of these cars, you got, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps left. What's going through your mind at this point?
Me at this point in time is what do I need to do to gain more that are 13 seconds in front of me?
Yeah.
So I'm probably looking to pit and put on softs.
Big shout out to T-Case for the super chat. Let's go PHG. Absolutely, T-Case. We miss you in the booth, buddy. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. And also,
another one from Real Shan Man.
That's right, the Real Shan Man with a something for the PHG crew. Well done. Oh, as we see C-Dubs, unfortunately, and he's going to lose a position to Mr. Casual, and also get himself a half-second track limit penalty. I got it right that time. Let's see if we can see what happens. C-Dubs coming around the tunnel. And maybe just a little too quick on the throttle there. And it kind of pushed him into the left-hand wall. He was able to recover very quickly, get himself back on track and headed in the right direction. So unfortunate, but he is still in the mix. So it looks like it might be a stretch for us to get the 1, 2, 3 as Mr. Casual and C-Dubs are currently P6 and 7. And these guys are probably going to have a couple different trade-offs of positions before this race is over. We take a look at Mr. Casual. And you can't quite see C-Dubs there behind him, but he is there.
Yep, there he is.
There you go. You turn the camera around. Not to mention Shaggy, not very... just one little slip up or mistake, and I think C-Dubs and Shaggy will be looking to take that position. C-Dubs is going to penalty here, which will likely give Shaggy an opportunity to take over P7. Does a very good job keeping his speed up through the penalty. Here goes Shaggy. Not quite getting by. Maybe decided to back off for that section, as it can be a little tricky. And you see C-Dubs doing a very good job through that section without incident. Back up to Racer 51, who is right behind Flux Flare, who has gotten himself into P3. So our current podium, if the race finished, would be Velvet, Jersey, and Flare, with Racer 51 currently sitting in P4. There's a look at Flux Flare. You can't quite see Jersey ahead of him, and 2.3 seconds up ahead. And then Racer 51, who is, my gosh, less than 2/10 behind him. Looks like he might try and make a move on the inside, and I think he's got that done. It was a really nice move there by Racer 51. Flux Flare with the switchback going back to the other side. That was also very nice. Wonderful exhibition of driver skill there between these two guys. They battle it. We're currently on lap 9 of 13. And there is no shortage of excitement here with this group. We're looking at basically 3, 4, and 5, who are all very close. And that third podium position is not in stone yet. Anything can happen. There is Arrow back in P5, who is just hoping that Racer 51 or Flux Flare makes any type of mistake to open that door for him to drive by. As you look at Shaggy, and he is trying to close in on C-Dubs, see if he can get by and take that P7 away. And C-Dubs is not far from Mr. Casual, buddy. Oh, Mr. Casual swinging it a little bit wide. Looks like he got a little bit loose. C-Dubs did make the pass there. Well done for C-Dubs, taking advantage of just a little slip. Shaggy is now eyeing up that P7. And they're coming around this left-hand turn into the tunnel. Shaggy's definitely in slipstream range with Mr. Casual. Let's see if he can get a pass done here on our 10th lap of 13. Looks like he's not gaining a whole bunch of ground at the moment. I don't know if he's going to try and late brake and dive. He does not. Stays outside. So there you see Mr. Casual, and right up in Doug. Quite the battle here for P6 and 7. Shaggy looks like he's running nice and smooth through the section, using every bit of track he can. All a little slippery there. Nice job to keep it pointed in the right direction. Into the heavy braking zone to set up for the chicane. See if these guys get through this without incident. Looks like everybody's doing what they wanted. No problem, no changes. Back up towards the front, here's Arrow. And you see Racer 51 and Flux Flare, who are just ahead of him. He's just about a half second off Racer 51. Through the tunnel, the left-hand tunnel here, and it is slippery in there, I will tell you from experience. Racer 51 was creeping up right on Flux Flare. Looks like he thought better than to make a move at that point. We're going to be coming around here into the left-hand turn, setting up for the straightaway, carrying as much speed as they can through that for their exit. And Arrow currently losing just a bit of ground on one. Jumping over to check out Jericho, who is currently in P12. He is on a little bit of an island. He's about 10 seconds back of Chase, and he is chasing, let me tell you. There we have Chase, who's trying to hunt down Fernando B and take away 10th position from him. Oh, look at that. Oh, Chase gets a little loose there into the left-hand side of that turn. That was unfortunate. And Fernando was able to drop right by. Let's take another look at that. Joey, you want to tell us what we see? Yeah.
They were driving into the tunnel, and it looked like they had a contact. That just set off the car balance. I'm surprised both of them didn't spin out right there.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact with Fernando, and that's unfortunate for Chase. That's going to put a little bit of a bigger gap in between him and Fernando. There's currently 17 seconds back at Johnny, so with only a couple laps left, unless there is something really bad that happens to Johnny, I don't know that he's necessarily going to lose that 9th spot. Wonder if we could take a look back at our 2, 3, and 4 battle. So here we are with Racer 51. You can see just ahead is Flux Flare. Couple seconds between them two, and then Flux Flare, couple seconds between him and Jersey. So they're spacing out just a little bit. Two of them doing a wonderful job maintaining that lead.
I think if there's no major mistakes right at this moment in time, I think this is our finish for the top 5.
That's true. I mean, you know, obviously they still have to run that last lap, so we don't want to speak too soon. As we jump on board with our leader. Moving back to Shaggy. Shaggy's trying to hunt down Mr. Casual here. Mr. Casual, as we know, came into this a little bit cold. He didn't necessarily do a whole lot just for this, so, you know, shout out to him to be able to just jump in and compete just like that. That's not something that I can necessarily do. I absolutely have to practice if I want to compete with any of these guys. And even then, I can barely do it. Shaggy is
Just wing it most of the time because I know I'm not, so. So I
Shaggy
just
is
wing it most of the time.
Shaggy's all over Mr. Casual. We are about to start our final lap here as they come across the start finish. See if Shaggy can get a pass done on Mr. Casual through this final lap. We're going to stick with this action for just a second here, as I think our front drivers are spaced out a little bit more. Mr. Casual doing a very good job getting himself through that turn there. No slips, no slides, no problem.
Trying to make himself as wide as possible.
Oh, buddy. That wide body kit comes in handy when you can put it on. Shaggy might get a turn through the left-hander into the straight. Shaggy is losing a little bit of ground. Casual had a very nice turn, apparently a good exit, carrying wonderful speed down the straight.
And the GTR power over the Subaru power.
There it
the
is.
straights.
There it is. Good thing you told him to take that GTR. That's a good advice from the pit crew. And we move up to the leader, Velvet Thunder, who is positioning for that last braking zone here into the chicane. He is got a 5-second lead over Jersey, and it looks like Tusum will secure a race win in our second PHG All-Star Weekend race. There is the 360. Wait, no. He's going to give away the win. Showboat and Jersey, Flair, 51, all jump in line and snatch it from him. Oh, that is unfortunate. I don't think it hurts his feelings too much. Velvet led that whole race. Mr. Casual with one.
Further than he thought it was.
Yeah, I think he did that just a smidge early. Wasn't able to get it all the way around. Cost him the race win. Jersey said, yes, thank you. I'll jump on in and take that from you. Just an example. Sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes you can't. That did not work out as you expected.
And Luke finished in second.
Can you talk to us here? As we see Fernando come through. There is Jericho.
Oh boy, I think I need to lie down.
Oh, Mr. Casual, you ready for a nap?
I made a boo-boo.
Yeah, fortunately, nothing on the rights, but that didn't quite work out as you had hoped, Mr. Chosen, did it? And we see Jericho backing it up, if you will, over the start finish. No lack of excitement here in our second All-Star race.
Ooh.
Congratulations to our winner, PHG Jersey, who certainly took advantage of the last-minute spin there that Tusum put on himself.
Yeah, that dirty air was. I got reminded how bad Group 2 dirty air is.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me run you through the final results here. So we had PHG Jersey, who snuck across, stealing the win at the very last minute. What a job by him to maintain that position. Flex Flair taking P2. PHG Racer 51, Velvet Thunder, also Tism, taking P4 after his spin there at the end. Arrow in P5. C-Dubs in P6, Mr. Casual in P7, PHG Shaggy Do finishing in P8, Johnny Boy, BHR in P9, BHR Fernando B in P10, and Jericho finishing in P11. Chase, who I think we had a engine failure, and then Fast Cougar as well, did not finish in P13. So that was exciting. Well done to all our drivers. Tism, you had it wrapped up there, but it didn't work out in the end. Are you still with us? Might be muted if you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he is.
There we go. Well, let's go over to Mr. Casual for not doing any warm-up, just jumping in cold. Really, really well done. Certainly respectable to see that finish. How'd you feel about that, Mr. Casual?
I think I did okay, all things considered. Uh, Definitely got reminded real quickly how bad dirty air is, and can't wait when we get access to the custom slip where it isn't as bad. But that said, I think I did okay overall. Shaggy definitely gave me a run for my money. Yeah, I wasn't really going to fight anyone too hard. I was just more focused on running my own race with what little practice, if any, I had. So yeah, I would say I had fun with that, and it's All-Star weekend, so it's not like it's for anything. I was just here to have fun for the most part.
Yeah, and have fun. It looks like we did through that race. Well done. Really, really nice job. Looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here in the third race, especially because I'm going to be in that one. I'm looking forward to ATL. I love that track. A little intimidated by the folks I'm going to have to go up against, but we're going to see how that plays out. Tuzum, are you with us?
Yeah, I for some reason lost audio, but I can hear you guys now.
All right, talk to us a little bit about the finish there.
So I complained about this a lot. I was complaining about it in my chat, but so I tried to do a 360, but then the car got stuck in a perfect 180. So I was going in reverse, and I was trying to engage reverse gear. But in this game, if you don't hit the reverse button, you can't shift into reverse until you're doing like 1 or 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So I was just stuck coasting at like 10 miles an hour. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna lose this race. Oh well.
Oh, that stinks. Well, absolutely a way to make it exciting. We certainly didn't see that coming. So I did have a feeling you were going to give us a spin, but I didn't think it was going to cost you the podium altogether, actually.
Yeah, you know, stuff happens.
I made
I'm mad at it.
It does. C-Dubs, I see you joined us here in chat. Are you with us, sir? I'm not hearing C-Dubs yet, but I thought I saw him pop in. Okay. Well, in the meantime, we are going to get ready for third of 4 races. I am going to be bidding you guys adieu. Thank you for having me. Enjoyed the last 2 races. I'm going to do my best to put on a show here and represent the commentators in this last one. Go get them, guys. We'll be right back.
Engines roar, neon lights, PHG, we own the night. Speeding demons, chrome steel, burning thunders, freedom sings. PHG rolls our reign. Victories in our veins. Engines roar, neon lights. PHG, we own the night. Speeding demons, chrome steel, burning rubber, can't conceal. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG rolls our reign. Victories in our veins. Endless highway, fearless flight. Flames of passion ignite the fight. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG rolls our reign. Victories in our veins.
All right. Hello and welcome everyone to All-Star Week. I hope everyone enjoyed race 2. We're now in race 3, and we're here with yours truly, Mr. Casual. First time leading, so I'll try my best. But that being said, we have Big Joe in here, and with Tuzzum Box and Slow Mo are both in this race, so that's why I'm leading this time around. So, but I guess I'll start us off. We're for our third race. We're at Road Atlanta. 20 laps around this place. We're on times 3 tire wear with mediums and softs required, with times 3 fuel, and it's a multi-class race. You got options of Group 1 or Group 3. I think that's the Group 3 Beetle, and can't quite remember which Group 1 car that is. But
I believe they have the option between the Audi R18
okay.
2016 model, and I'll get the other one. It might be the Porsche. Is it the Porsche 919?
Looks like it. The others in the lobby are, I see the 919 in there. But yeah, I guess I'm the only one, unless Joe is available for a comment. I was gonna say, this race will be interesting, because
I'll jump in here with you.
it's because the thing about multi-class, if you're in the slower class, you're not going to be running the full 20 laps. And from what I understand is, like, if you're in the slower class, you're not going to be doing a couple less. What about you, Papa? Do you ever dabble in any multi-class racing?
I do. I have. I actually enjoy the multi-class racing, but it can be tricky. If you're in this case, like if you're in the Group 3, you definitely want to watch your rear view mirror. Because these Group 1 cars come up in a hurry. And vice versa. If you're in the Group 1 car, you hope the Group 3 car holds its lines because you're going to be passing them in a hurry.
Yeah, and I watch a lot of iRacing, so I know a thing or two about multi-class, and I've dabbled in it a little bit on GT. Yeah, as the faster class, it's up to you to overtake safely.
Right.
And conversely, it's up to slower class, in this case Group 3, to be predictable. Don't go out of your way to get out of a faster class car. Just stay where you are and
Stay in your line.
Yeah, watching a lot of basic ollie will teach you things like that.
Yeah, right.
But for Group 1, I'm like, because it's the 919 and the R18. It's like, I know the 919 has a lot of downforce. Who do you think's got a better chance between the 919 and the R18, Papa?
I'd probably have to go with the 919 if I was going to be in this race myself. The R18's a good car. I think I just had more track time with the 919. I would feel a little bit more comfortable with that. Especially when it comes to the straight line speed.
Alright. Yeah, I have a decent amount of time in the R18 because when they had that wild Nürburgring Group 1 in race, I did a fair amount of those races back then. I guess for Group 3, because is it all Group 3s or just select ones?
You know, that's a good question. I think it's, I don't know. I'd like to say it's all Group 3s.
Because I was
I don't know. It's kind of hard to set the BOP then, being a multi-class. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me do some quick research here.
Alright. I was going to say, if it's most Group 3s, I don't think McLaren will be too viable as much I would love it to, because it definitely lacks on acceleration.
It does.
Porsche would probably be a good shout. Porsche, GTR. I would say Supra, but Supra needs a bit more of a bigger track to get it legs stretched out. So GTR's
Let's see. All Group 3 cars are available.
Okay.
And I gotta tell you that it would be hard for me not to go with the Group 3 McLaren F1. After the BOP change, that thing got a nice little buff, and it's really not a bad car at the moment.
That's one of the few cars I don't have, unfortunately. So I didn't know that it got buffed. So that's cool to hear.
Yeah.
Every time a McLaren gets a buff, it's like, oh! It's like all the McLaren fanboys like you and I come out, oh yeah, we're so back. That for GT, yeah. When it's not mowing grass, could do all right.
Right, exactly.
Curious on how long people are going to run on the tires between the mediums and the softs. I'm sure they will have done their fair share of practice, but looks like after 6 laps, as we're looking at Flux Player, his softs are looking pretty good. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, they're looking not too bad. He's only on his, what, I guess third lap on him, but... Well, here we're on his fifth lap. Those are looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's like looks like he could probably easily go to. Probably could go if he wanted to. Could go to like lap 10.
That's what I was thinking. Lap 10 might be good.
Yeah. So depending on where Chase qualifies, he might actually start on mediums if he's towards that. But
Yeah.
being in faster class, you can only go but so far back. Okay, so we have Merck and Captain Howdy, and I think Jersey was also in the Supra?
Supra, yep.
Yeah.
Jersey likes his Supras.
Yeah, it's like, I know that Supra will definitely like the long backstretch.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder if anyone went, just as we're looking at T. Galver, I was just starting to say, I wonder if anyone went with the Bimmer. And lo and behold.
There it is.
I've never really driven the Bimmer all that much.
Slow-mo in his Lexus.
Ah, nice. Definitely be pulling for a slow-mo, not just because he's a old colleague, but besides McLaren, I also like the Lexus. Because I think that in one of the manufacturer seasons, I think I did all right. It's just slow turns that it's not good at.
Yeah. Looks like we got Arrow in an AMG.
But yeah, like in everyone's choices, looks like no one's has like a for sure meta. So it looks like everyone's going with what they're comfortable with. As you see Shaggy in Ferrari. Might be starting soonish.
Just he pulled over, yeah. Right. Looks like got some AMGs here. See if we can look at the list here. There you go. Now the Thunder.
Okay.
The McLaren.
He's got more in-game credit than I do. I think I'm only at like 10 million at the moment. Because every time I get the 20 million, if one of the 20 million cars is in the dealership, I buy those, and then I'm on being broke again.
Yeah. See, we got a Ferrari, a Supra. Looking at the Group 3s, a Mercedes, Lexus, Ford GT for punks.
Okay.
T. Calvert in the Sprint model Beamer.
Yeah,
And then,
for Group 3, I guess if I had to pick a car, yeah, it might end up being that F1 GTR would be probably the one I could go with, and Dark Horse could be, I'll say the Ford GT.
yeah.
Because I know Ford GT, like during one of the Daytona weeks, it was actually pretty quick, but that was a while back. So
That was a while back. I remember that.
yeah, because that was when I think it was that whatever that Peugeot VGT was.
Yep.
I'm sure Sal is going to be sad that there aren't any Corvettes in this race.
Yeah, no bets.
He's like, no. But yeah. Okay. But yeah, let's. Jeez.
There's that McLaren F1.
Yeah, the only time I've really driven that was when they had the time trial at Mons, and I got to drive that car by renting it. that's basically the only time I ever get to use that car, if it's ever available as a daily. But looking from what I remember, I think it has good top end. Yeah.
All right, I think we're getting ready to go here.
Seems that going to be getting qualified going in
Yep.
5 minutes. So if anyone needs a bathroom break or some more snacks, now is the time to do so.
Now is the time.
Because qualifying is going to be probably just as busy as the actual race is.
And I just personally, I want to thank everybody for being here today. This is a cool event Shaggy's got putting on for us, so hopefully everybody enjoys it. I want to thank everybody for the likes, everything. I mean, this has just been awesome to be here. Hopefully the camera work's doing okay, because it's only my second time doing it. So
Yeah, no promises on when I might, but I might actually get off my tail and maybe see about streaming, being a broadcaster.
nice.
At some. Yeah, because I think I more or less got it down. I was just probably need to get the graphics and whatnot, and since I stream at a higher quality, I could stream it at, because I normally stream at 1440p.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would definitely look pretty good, and I got fiber internet, so I wouldn't have to worry about any drops.
Well, to the 46 watching, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I want to thank, I think we've had 3 donations so far for the stream. Super thank you for that. Thank you for all the likes. I haven't noticed if we picked up any new subs yet, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to enjoy the racing. So I hope you all are having a good day. All right.
As we have qualifying underway, and mayhem shall commence.
Yep, here we go, y'all.
But hope I'm doing all right. As a lead,
You're doing awesome.
I kind of get a little shy. I may not sound shy, but I do sometimes get shy. But I try my best. All right. So, will qualifying be chaotic? Got to find out.
Chances are good. Looks like we've already had a couple reset back to the pits after spinning coming out.
Yeah, that's one thing I would do is obviously the actual GT World Series. There's no slipstream, so a lot of people are going out. I just literally wait for everyone to get away from me. I was like, okay. No.
Right. Thank you, Stiggy, for your $1.99 donation. Appreciate you, man. Shaggy's holding up, waiting for all these Group 1 cars to get by him.
Yeah. And here's a thought. One thing you could do is, well, in the future, if you have another Allstar event like this, you could have the first 5 minutes be like the faster group, and then the last 5 could be the slower group.
Yeah, you could. I could see you doing that. But honestly, I mean, we've seen it. It all separated within that first lap too. But you're also gonna, pretty sure these guys are gonna catch the Group 3 cars by the end of this 10-minute qualifier.
Yeah, they probably would. Because the idea I had was the first 5 minutes, the faster group goes, and then once that first 5 minutes is up, they have to go back to the pits and stay in the pits while the slower class.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 10-minute quali.
either way, curious to see how everyone pans out. Don't really drive Group 1 all that much, I will say. I mean, I can drive it okay, but I wouldn't say it. I'm like top split pace. I'm curious on how much dirty air they'll have to contend with. As we're going through everyone, looks like most everyone is going to be on their flyer right now.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's just finishing up their first hot lap. Looks like Shaggy is currently the fastest of the Group 3 cars. It's running 10 seconds a lap slower than the pole sitter in the Group 1 car. So there's your time difference. At 10 to 11 seconds a lap.
So he's yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the top 6 cars, yeah.
As we see, Racer 51 is currently leading the group. Not by much, though, I will say. It's pretty close, but he's
yeah.
like him and Fast Cougar. As Racer 51 goes faster by a half second.
Yep, and Turbo snuck in for P2.
Okay. Wonder if either car will run out of hybrid at any point. I think there might be enough. Some braking.
Well, you can see
Flux.
Flux is out, yeah.
Out. So that's the. I think that's Okay. So it looks like you can run out a hybrid.
Yep.
So that
Looks like it.
That'll be interesting. Let's see Fernando go by Captain Howdy.
That was a good example of the speed difference.
Yeah, so I wonder if anyone will try to do the big brain stuff, where you kind of drag on the brake a little bit.
Right, right.
Before you actually get to the corners. Because that was something that I've done before. I don't really care to do it, but
right.
if need be, I will do it.
Well, looks like Shaggy's still holding the fastest lap for the Group 3 cars. So he'll be, so far, starting pole for Group 3. Jersey is right behind him, though.
Alright. Yeah, Jersey's trying to keep Shaggy honest.
Yeah.
And we got Arrow on the final podium spot so far in Group 3. I was going to say I was kind of surprised Velvet wasn't closer. Yeah, so we see he's changing out for some new slicks.
Yeah, we'll see how he does. I don't know if he did any practice with this F1, but it definitely handles different than it did a week ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I heard they did change the VOP, but I didn't really look at it too much. I was just sad that they didn't buff our beloved Group 3 McLaren.
Yeah.
650.
Love the sound of this car, too.
Yeah, it's kind of unique in
Yeah.
the way it sounds. It's like, it's a mix, obviously F1 being in the name, it's a mix of like an F1 car and a road car, so it's like, it's got a unique sound to it.
We even got... Just trying to stay out the way. Nice save. Better Dan! I'm surprised he wasn't in the vet. I was actually shocked to see him in the Ferrari.
I see Shaggy's already getting the driver excuses out the way, saying it's so hard.
Yeah, yeah. See how this GT's doing.
Let's see. Yeah, 'cause so far he's only at 20.9 now. He's in this lap, so
Heading into the pits, yep.
changing out.
Captain Howdy, we still got just over 2 minutes. Woo! There's your speed difference there.
Dan says it's a C8R, not Ferrari.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dan. Yes, it's a C8. Just put that in your mind.
The color scheme.
It does.
So, yeah.
It's an Italian-made C8R. There you go.
Oh, speaking of Italian, I didn't know, but Giorgio Mangio, however you say his last name, I didn't know this, but he had moved from his home country of Italy to Germany because he's a race instructor at the Green Hill.
Oh.
Yeah, I seen he took a picture with Kaz, and Kaz had tweeted out that he had moved and is a race instructor over there. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, Fast Cougar has moved his way up into pole.
Yeah, he's got pole by a full 10th at this time. And Racer. I wonder if Racer 51 can answer. Looks like Shaggy's still on provisional pole for Group 3.
Yep, sure is.
As we see Racer 51 on purple.
Purple.
Through Sector 2.
Looks like he's got a slip off flux here. Could help him.
And he's got all the hybrids, so he's not going
Yep.
to have to worry about running out of hybrid. Okay.
Getting closer.
Yeah, he's still purple going to the final sector.
Looks like a good exit.
Let's see if that's... Okay.
Oh, so close. 15 thousandths of a second.
Okay.
See how Jersey's doing? He's down half a second.
And thank you for the compliment, Emery. We all try. I'm pretty new to this, but all the same, we all try our best. And as long as you have fun, that's what matters.
I'm curious what Tussum thinks of this McLaren. Based on those times, I don't think he's liking it.
Yeah, I was like, I thought he would be higher up, but maybe it's the car.
It could definitely be the car.
I purposely picked this car because it's bad. I know somebody told me that it did get a buff.
Yeah.
25 kilos left.
Yeah, we got almost an 8-point performance point buff.
It's still not a good car.
No, that's kind of what I decided too. I tried using it over at Fuji in the daily race, and it definitely was better. But yeah, it's still not the 650. But it sounds good.
Oh yeah.
All right. You want to run us through the...
Okay, so in first place in Group 1, we have PHG Fast Cougar with a 108.057. Behind him, we have PHG Racer 51 with a 108.072.
Canadian front row.
And then, and rounding out the podium, a PHG lockout, we have PHG Turbo with a 108.402. Then in fourth, we have Flux Flare, which is the first non-R8 team with a 108919, ironically. Then in fifth, we have BHR Fernando with a 109568. Then in sixth place, we have AGRT Chase with a 109843. Then, let's see, seventh, we have our own PHG Shaggy Doo, a 119193. Then in eighth, we have PHG Jersey. Oh, yeah. Shaggy was Group 3. Forgot to mention that.
Yep. First car in Group
now
3.
We're in Group 3. Like I was saying, PHG Jersey with a 119479. Then we have in ninth place PHG Arrow with a 119870. Then we have our colleague in 10th place with a 120594. Then we have 11th PHG Veteran 120811. And 12th we have Captain Howdy with a the same exact lap time. 120
Exact lap time, yeah.
Jeez. All right, y'all. It's only qualifying. Then we have our other colleague, Slow-Mo in 13th with 120.825. Then 14th, PHG Punks, 120.916. And last but not least, T. Calvert, 122.238.
Very nice. Well, this should be an interesting race. Everybody, Shaggy's put up the reminder tire check. Mr. Dan Mage, ahoy. Thank you for the $10 donation. And yes, your car identifies as a vet. We got you. Follow. I'm smelling what you're stepping in, Dan.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If I had to pick a driver, since most of Group 1 is the same, I think I'm going to be picking Racer 51 to look out for.
I'm going to go with Fast Cougar in the GR1. He's just a McLaren teammate when it comes to the World Series. I got to support the McLaren teammates, man. Other than that, this is going to be fast. It's going to be a fast race. Those top six times are tight. So
You can say I blame you. And I guess real quickly, I guess we'll see how good or bad that F1 GTR will end up being in the race.
yeah, I don't think Tusm's going to like it. It's great in the slip. Stay in the slip, Velvet.
Performance-wise, it's terrible, but
Yeah.
I love this car.
Me too. Totally agree with you. One day it will be relevant somewhere. I don't know where or how, but it will be. Okay, I'm not sure why it's showing Dan as P1, but here we go.
Yeah. Might be,
Ooh. I don't know what we got going on here. Somebody went straight to the wall.
might,
Racer
might be,
51. I think we had a false start here or something.
might be one of those lovable lobby bugs.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking. Oh. Racer 51.
Nice.
Now he's going.
I wonder if it was the camera bug.
Very possible.
Because I've had that a few times.
Yep.
And I think
So annoying.
dang. Yeah, that's definitely not good.
No, and Racer 51, he's going to be coming up to the back of this field pretty quickly. I don't know, Shaggy, if you want to restart it. We'll let Shaggy make that call. He is the lobby host, so
So we'll just have to wait and see.
but as it stands, Cougar is off and running. Already got that 3.5 second lead. Fernando following up in P2.
Talon, we had a possible camera bug for Racer 51.
Turbo is currently only 1 second off Fernando. Oh, Fernando got a good drive out of that turn. We have Chase, P4, and Flux, P5.
Okay, let's see. All right. As we see, Shaggy still leading the way. I think I've seen cars behind him. Velvet and Arrow kind of occasionally swapping places as they're pretty close to each other. So seems to be holding on so far, but it's still pretty early. As Arrow's trying to look up the inside. Just want to have
Slow-mo. Getting a nice view of this.
Yeah, slow-mo's like, keep on battling, boys.
Right.
It's like went a bit deep there, so Arrow managed to get the boot done. Yeah, I think if you're in a bad car.
Ooh, here comes Racer. Oh, that was a tight situation for both Arrow and Racer right there.
Ooh, boy. Not sure if he would have seen him, because I don't know what view Arrow uses, but
Yeah.
even if you do see him coming, it's like, ooh.
Yeah, just missed it, but that was a Racer 51 was moving rapidly. Watch the speed difference as he closes in on Shaggy. Nice job. Shaggy stayed wide, gave him the corner.
I guess, because I guess real quickly,
Oh yeah.
see, some in the chat are saying that I sound quiet, and I got my input volume in Discord up all the way.
So, and I've got it all up too. On all my OBS settings and everything. Just, you work on that, I'll keep following the race, see if you can't fix something. Got Arrow running in P7 in his AMG, just over 5 seconds behind Shaggy, but does seem to be closing just a hair, ever so slowly. 2 seconds behind him, we have Slow-mo.
Let's see.
And then we have Better Dan in his Italian C8R.
Yeah.
Velvet Thunder right behind him in the McLaren F1.
Yeah, I've seen that they're on mediums as well.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see. I think I heard that that Group 1's supposed to be supposedly coming on lap traffic around lap 8 or so. So we'll see
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be lap 8. I think they're going to catch him this lap. Cougar's flying. There we go. Yep.
That Scooter makes its way past 2 of them. Let's see. Who's that in front? I think that's slow-mo.
Is that slow-mo? Yep. Sure is.
Yep, and he's got blue flags. He looks like he's going to catch him in the hard spot.
And catch him right through the S's, yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to wait instead of forcing the issue.
It's a good call. Patience. That's how these multi-class races work.
Yeah, which something some people on iRacing could learn. There are some that actually do wait, but yeah, I've seen people just
right.
Here's an opening, I'll go for it, and it's like they literally killed the other car. As we see, Cougar now overtakes Arrow. All right.
We'll be coming up on Shaggy next. And then he'll have the entire Group 3 lapped within 7 laps.
7 laps, so ooh, that's gonna be close. Because if at the rate Fast Cougar is going, I was like, unless he can actually pick up the pace, that might be fine. He's on the sauce. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say if he can keep it going quickly, he might end up lapping him 3 times if he doesn't have any issues and Group 3s have some issues. But being on the soft set might be why it was the 7th lap and not the 8th.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Because we see Turbo here on the mediums, but he is making his way through the Group 3 cars right now.
See, he's got quite the gap to Fernando.
Yeah, 17 seconds.
Oh, as we've seen someone. That was Tuzzin.
Yeah.
Looks like he decided to go. Wanted to do some rallying.
I don't know if he was getting out of the way. It's very possible.
Oh, guess. Yeah, it looked like he might have just overdrove it just a bit.
Yeah.
I had dirty tires, and I ignored that, and I went wide.
Gotcha. Okay.
That checks out. Okay. So we see. Okay, Slow-Mo's currently in 3rd place in class.
Yep, 3rd in class.
So, and looks like his front left's just about ready to check out. So he might have
some pits coming up.
2 laps.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. As we see,
Tuzzum and Jersey are both in. See how Mr. Calvert's doing.
Okay, so far so good. Looks like everyone's
holding their own.
Yeah. Nothing too bad so far. Kind of got them spread out, at least in Group 1. Group 3's
Kind of spread out there too.
see Shaggy's got about 4 seconds, give or take. And we got someone behind. No, the front. Fernando had gotten past Arrow, so he got lucky to not be held up. Through
Right.
Let's see. As we see Veteran and CAR. And I think that's 4th in class. As Chase, not too terrible, but it was probably a sweaty eyebrow moment.
Right. Right.
So we're on board with Punks and for GT. Love delivery.
Yeah.
May not say golf, but it's essentially a golf delivery. Let's see.
Back here in Calvert.
As we got Fast Cougar.
Fast
coming up on
Cougar.
Calvert.
Yep. This will be what? Second lap down?
Something like that. Let's see. Okay. Then we got Jersey. Well, Jersey being there, I suppose the bright side for Tussum is he's not hashtag not last. So for that goal, he's doing all right, but yeah, looks like that F1 GTR is a real dog. As we see Fast Cougar coming up on Flux Flare. Apart from Turbo being behind about 8 seconds, it's been relatively a smooth sailing for Fast Cougar.
It has, yeah. And honestly, it looks like everybody's minding their P's and Q's with the different groups of race car. We did just see Flux Flare get lapped by Fast Cougar. I don't know if Flux maybe pitted. Yeah, Flux is on brand new tires, so he just pitted. That's why he's lapped down.
Okay. I don't think Fast Cougar's pitted yet.
No, I don't think so either. No, definitely not. However, he is on his 13th lap with these racing softs.
Yeah, he's going pretty long with these. So I think he might need to go in. I'm guessing maybe around lap 16, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Somewhere around there. But yeah, it's like, and he's on half a tank, so he won't even need to worry refueling.
And Turbo now 9 seconds down. He lost a couple seconds that lap somewhere.
Yeah, he had a 10.9 last lap, and the lap before a 10.8.
Looks like we have the top two Group 3 cars are in the pit, Shaggy and Arrow.
As we're on board with Chase and Fernando, as they got a little battle going on, showing that not every competitor is spread out by a country mile.
Right. Woo! Both on racing mediums.
Yeah, I seen Turbo was on mediums by the way as well.
Yep, Turbo's on mediums.
He'll be on the faster tire for the end of the race. I think Cougar will be able to stretch it out long enough that it might not matter being on this lower tire. Okay. As we see Flux just behind Fast Scooter.
Flux is still trying to get his lap back. He is on the faster tire, so
yeah. So he might try to just stay in the slip and trying to gain a little bit of time.
very possible. Absolutely, wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, he is about 6.5 seconds behind Fernando.
Yeah. As Turbo's now going in for softs.
Turbo's in his pits. Yep.
Okay.
Fernando's keeping it tight with Chase.
Yeah. Definitely trying to keep him honest.
Yeah.
Okay. Between these two. Okay. Yeah, they're both in the same car, so it'll just be a matter of who can be more consistent. As our leader comes
Leader's in.
Sauce.
Yep.
Yeah, he probably could have gone another lap, but he's like, eh. Yeah, because even on those worn softs, his last lap was 109.2. Okay.
All right. Let's see where Turbo.
Yeah, Turbo.
There's
I think.
Still quite a bit back.
Yeah, it was like I think around 52 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's made up a little bit of time. Ooh.
Nice little quick snap move there for him.
He's
Reflex of a cat.
Yeah. He's under 20 and it's not too far from 10 seconds. But can't. Ooh, that's a hard ass to try and make up that time
in 5 laps, 4.5 laps. Let's go check in on the Group 3 guys.
As we see, Shaggy's just under 9 seconds in front of Harrow.
Pretty commanding performance by Shaggy with the Group 3s.
So he still got things under control. But
yeah.
Being multi-class, anything can happen. So never count your chickens before they hatch, as they say. As that gap's now up to 10 seconds. So basically, as we were riding along with Arrow, Turbo is going to be hoping and praying that Cougar runs into lap traffic.
Right, and a lot of it.
Let's see. As we see, Punks is in the pits to change over. Our colleague Slow-Mo still pretty handily in 3rd in class. See behind him, Jersey's also on the same tire as well because Slow-Mo's on the mediums. But yeah, Jersey's keeping it steady. He'll just be hoping Slow-Mo can make some mistakes. And look at Tuzzum a little bit further away from last place. So
that left front does him.
yeah, it's not looking too fun. Yeah, he's going to have to go in.
Yeah, he is.
As our better Dan is kind of in no man's land. 4 seconds behind Tubbin and 4 seconds ahead of Punks. Ooh. As we see, Punks is getting ready to take his presumably 3-second pit lane.
Pit lane, line cutting, yep.
Yeah, coming out of pits, you kind of need to be careful because the AI kind of steers you towards the line. It's like, oh no, don't be doing that.
2 more laps to go for Cougar.
Yeah, he actually extended the gap. It was like about 13 seconds. Now it's 21. I guess. Oh, as we see, Tuzum went a little wide there. Don't know if he may have had dirty tires before.
He just has no left front. These right-hand turns are going to be rough.
Yeah, that tires get to the point where
Cords are showing.
it's going to start just going off. So yeah, I think he'll most definitely be in this lap. Because I don't think this, well, I might try to risk it. Because our leader's on the penultimate lap, so...
Yep. Do a quick run through the field here, and then we'll follow Cougar on the final lap.
As we see, Chase is less than a half second ahead of Flux Flare.
Flux right behind him, yep.
Yeah. So...
Good sportsmanship there, Shaggy Doo. And honestly, there's 3 of them right here. 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, Fernando ended up going wide, but managed to recover well enough.
That hurt him. He was right there. He was right there for the battle. Shaggy, P6. First place in the Group 3 cars. Arrow, almost 10 seconds behind. Then we have Slow-Mo, P3 in class.
Good. Jersey. Then we got Better Dan.
Box is just running. He doesn't care. It's his last lap. He knows it.
Please end it.
Yeah.
And Fast Cougar.
There's your winner.
Checker. Then Turbo. Lap 18, he had a 119. So something happened with him.
Something there, yeah. Chase running P3 in Group 1 class. Oh, here we go. Flux make... Oh, Chase got loose.
Yeah.
Flux.
I don't think he felt. Yeah,
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
I don't think he needed to do that, but well played, my friend. Well played. Fernando following up P5 to wrap up. Shaggy going to be P1 in the Group 3 class.
PG's followed by Arrow and P2 in class, and then fellow commentator Slow-Mo
P3
to round out the podium in the Lexus. Yay!
Nice job, Slow-Mo. Then we had Jersey rounding up P9. Guess we'll look at the final standings here. And then we're going to get ready for the actual PHG All-Star event. Nice job, Cougar. Team McLaren.
Woo!
All right, I'll let you run this down.
All right. Starting with Fast Cougar himself, living up to his name. He was P1 in the Group 1. Behind him, we have PHG Turbo. And rounding out the podium, we have AGRT Chase. Then in fourth, we have Flux Flare. And then in fifth, we have BHR Fernando. And that's all for Group 1. Now we're doing Group the 3.
Yep.
And P1 in class is PHG Shaggy Doo. And then P2 in class is PHG Arrow. Then we have our fellow colleague, Slow-Mo in,
Whoop, whoop.
in
Nice job, Slow-Mo.
P3. Then in 9th, which is P4 in class, is PHG Jersey. And P5 in class is PHG Veteran. Then in the dog of a car, but not last, I think that's 6. Velvet Thunder, aka Tuzzin Box. Then in P7, PHG Punks in the 4GT. Then lucky number 13, also known as I think that's 8, T Calvert. Then in P9, Captain Howdy, and then you had, and last but not least, PHG Racer 51.
All right. Good race. Good race. It was actually pretty impressive. But now let's get ready for the main event, shall we? Slow-Mo, what'd you think? Jumping in that Lexus?
That was so much fun. I don't know what happened to Velvet Thunder. I saw him kind of lose it there. I was right on his bumper for a couple laps, and then all of a sudden he lost it and was gone. I just kept going forward. So
It was
a good race to everybody out there.
Blame the McLaren F1. We'll just blame that for Tuzzin.
Yeah. So cool
Are
being out there with
talking
those.
about me constantly spinning in that last race?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was constant. I only saw the one, but how cool is that being out there with those other cars and multi-class? That is cool. That is such a cool race.
That is. Well set up for Shaggy. Thank you. All right, guys, let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll head over to Laguna for this final top 7 PHG drivers versus the top 7 non-PHG drivers, which happens to be CBR, Team CBR. So this should be a very, very good race. But I guess we'll be right back in just a few, guys. As soon as I can take us there. All right. We're clear. Right.
PHG, we own the night.
Oh.
Speeding demons, chrome steel, burning rubber, can't conceal. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads are lane.
PHG-WS saw our drivers at Spa-Francorchamps.
Engines roar, neon lights. PHG, we own the night. Speeding demons, chrome steel, burning rubber, can't conceal. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads are lane, victories in our veins. Endless highway, fearless flight. Flames of passion ignite the fight. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our reign, victories in our veins. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our reign, victories in our veins. Engines roar, neon lights. PHG, we own the night. Speeding demons, chrome steel, burning rubber, can't conceal. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG, roads our reign, victories in our veins. Endless highway, fearless flight, flames of passion ignite the fight. Adrenaline rush, hearts on fire. One more lap, we never tire. PHG, racing kings, power thunders, freedom sings. PHG.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PHG World Series All-Star Weekend. It is I, Tussenbox, aka Velvet Thunder, and I'll be joining you for this final race of the day. This race is going to be held at Laguna Seca. Drivers are going to be racing around 30 laps. They have a 3X tire wear with racing hard and racing softs required. Fuel usage is at 3X, and the specified cars are the Volkswagen VGT and the Suzuki VGT. This is going to be the battle of the convertibles in the Group 3 class. So as we've been alluding to, this is the PHG versus the World event, although the team on the World side is mostly consisted of CBR members. So it's kind of turned into a little bit of a crew battle with PHG and CBR teams button heads today. Joining me for this final race, I do have Mr. Casual, who has been on for every race so far. Mr. Casual, how are you holding out today?
Feeling pretty good. I've been occasionally munching on some food I have, but been enjoying the racing. And I did the second race, so I did partake in one race, but apart from that, it's been pretty good racing so far. We haven't seen any dodgy standards, so that's always good to see. But I've been enjoying myself so far.
That is absolutely great to hear. All right, so if we take a look at the the car selection, it looks like the CBR drivers are all in the same car with the same bright orange livery, showing their team spirit. Absolutely love to see it. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting race. The tire selection, both the hards and the softs being required, it's kind of reminiscent of some recent GT7 daily races where you have access to the hards and the softs and they skip over the medium. I didn't get any opportunities to practice for this race, so I'm not sure what the strat is. I'm going to guess it's going to be probably a one-stop. It's a fairly short track, but it is 30 laps, so it's still a bit of a lengthy race. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the race ends up. We're gonna look at everybody's livery here. That bright orange, is that Cheetos as their sponsor? Can't quite see. Corn Pops. Corn Nuts, sorry, there we go. So they have the Corn Nuts sponsored livery.
Okay.
Yeah, like that's bright orange with the flames. That really stands out. So this is going to be quite easy to see the CBR guys versus the PHG guys. Another thing, I see that it looks like a lot of people are leaning towards the Suzuki VGT. We do see better than in the Volkswagen. Every time I see people talking about the Volkswagen VGT Group 3, I usually don't hear good things about it. Casual, do you have any more insight on the BOP differences between these two cars?
I remember there used to be a time where the Suzuki VGT was like a daily meta. And then they kind of killed it, and it's I think not as terrible, but still not great either. Never. I don't even know if I've ever driven the other car. Because I typically, whenever I do dailies, I tend to, I won't say I'm not a sheep, but I tend to drive cars that are at least competitive and or something I'm comfortable with. And usually I don't really pick either of these cars, but yeah, I don't really blame people for going the other way. Maybe they found it does better overall as opposed to the other one. But I'm kind of in the same boat as you. It's like I don't really know that much. A little bit I do know is just Suzuki.
And I think that's another really interesting facet about this race is that, you know, these cars are rarely used, and, you know, it's kind of maybe taking the drivers a little bit outside of their comfort zone. I mean, at the end of the day, these cars are Group 3, so they have similar handling characteristics to other Group 3s in this class, but, you know, they all have their unique quirks. So, yeah, we'll find out soon enough. Drivers are just getting their last bits of practicing for quali starts. It'll be
I mean, there's definitely yourself. Yeah, we could get our proprietor there to race. Technically.
So it looks like we're in need of 2 more PHG drivers to join into the lobby. Papa is the one doing our broadcasting, so he is unfortunately not able to race. So yeah, we'll see if we can get any more PHG drivers to hop in. Making it even. I believe it'll be a 7-on-7 race. We're on board with Jorge Sr., our current regular season points leader. He, like many, has opted for the Suzuki VGT. And see, the current fastest practice time is a 21.9. So it looks like we'll be expecting people to dip into the 21s during qualifying if they can repeat that performance. Next behind is Boba Gito, who happens to be our second place points leader. And I just got to bring this up. I love that the CBR members, they all came coordinated with their liveries. That team spirit is something that I really enjoy to see.
Looks like most people are indeed going with the Suzuki.
And I mentioned this for the Group B race, but these guys, they did their practice, they did their research, and here they are to show the fruits of their labor. The people in the VGT, I always wonder, why they go seemingly against the grain. Again, with the majority of the drivers in the Suzuki VGT, I wonder what characteristics of the Volkswagen made them say, they're going to go in that direction as opposed to the Suzuki. Maybe it's stability, maybe they're getting better corner exits, who knows, but so it looks like we got one PHG driver to join, looking for just one more to even out the teams at 7 apiece.
Yeah, curious on if the Suzuki is indeed the better car. I wonder how much slower the non-Suzuki runners will end up being.
Well, we'll definitely find out throughout the course of this final quali and race session of the day. I would think that the cars are at least somewhat comparable to be, pitted against one another. So again, if there are any PHG members that are listening, watching the broadcast, there is still one spot available for your team in this lobby. Sitting in the cockpit of the Volkswagen VGT. And now this is the cockpit of the Suzuki VGT. Both of them quite high-tech looking. I think I like the cockpit of the Volkswagen a little bit more. That little clear display though on the Suzuki, I think that's really cool though.
Yeah, I was like, do cars actually have that sort of display? I don't have any. Never driven a brand new car, so I don't honestly know myself.
So, something specifically like that, I'm not sure, but I have seen a few cars. I think the Corvette may have it, but sometimes they'll project the the speedometer and the tachometer onto the windshield. Actually, like I think it still has a physical like dashboard, but then like you can see like it'll show your speed and your revs like displayed on the windshield.
Okay. Yeah, I've never had like newer cars. It's usually been older cars. Like the current car I drive is a 2000. So yeah, I don't have a new car. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, my current car is a 2002 Chevrolet Cavalier. So
Cavalier,
the new age tech, I'm quite far away from it. I have manual windows in my car.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, I remember the Cavalier. Oh yeah.
Oh, I just spotted that. So the I guess it's the side mirrors. They have like little cameras that are next to the steering wheel that act as your side mirrors in the Suzuki. That's really interesting. I don't think I've ever noticed that actually.
Let's see. Let's find the car in the garage.
And now we're in the cockpit of the Volkswagen. That thing is just crowded. You have absolutely no arm room in that car.
Yeah, the Volkswagen has your normal kind of side mirrors on there. Because I'm curious if instead of where the normal side mirrors would be on the Suzuki, if it's actually like just a camera like there.
Yeah, it looks like there aren't. Yeah, looks like those. Like, actually, are those the cameras? Got like little, tiny little winglets on the sides of the cars. Yeah, those could be the cameras.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it's got to be the camera. Because it's like there's no place for a mirror, so I think it just essentially uses a camera on the exterior, and you have your side mirrors actually in the cockpit. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Okay, so we're getting word from our production team that we are getting one final PHG member to join the lobby shortly. So once we get the lobby filled up, we're hoping that we can get quali started shortly after that. Yeah, and with this race, most of these drivers are your points leaders for both PHG and non-PHG members. So these are pretty much some of the fastest people in the PHG league this season. So this race is going to be hard fought. It's going to be a heck of a battle. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be exciting.
Well, that's good. We finally got 2 more on.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on one more to join, but they said that they did manage to get a recruit, so hopefully we'll see them pop in the lobby soon. I think we saw Iron QC enter the lobby.
Okay.
He says, "Can I join in chat?" We are begging you to join at this point. Driver's getting a little bit of a little extra practice today due to the small delay here. While we wait for Iron Fix, just a quick reminder to like and subscribe to PHG Papa's House of Game. He's the guy taking care of all of these wonderful camera views and replays today. As a Twitch streamer, it still feels weird to say that. It does not roll off of my tongue that smoothly. Alright, so we have been given our 5-minute countdown. So we will be getting quali started in about 5 minutes time. Casual, who are you expecting to see in the top 3 after this quali session?
Well, unless he makes a mistake, you would basically have Jorge Sr. as a shoe-in for it. So, yeah. So I would obviously start with him because it's no slouch. Even on a bad combo, he's still pretty good. Then you got Bobajito, who's another quick guy. He can keep it facing the right way. He can give Jorge a run for his money. Let's see. Then I was going to say, I guess Wade is another one that I would think could possibly make it to the podium. It kind of depends on really how much fighting there is. Are you going to work with your competitor to move up the field? Take no prisoners. So I think those 3 could do there. Maybe a dark horse. Dark horse could possibly be, I guess, someone like Papa Oso or maybe even Iron Fix. So you could keep an eye out for those 2.
Yeah, I think those are pretty solid choices. Yeah, I do kind of expect to see Jorge Sr. on pole position after this quality session. I think it'll be close though. I think Bobajito's current fastest lap in practice, I think I saw a 22.1, but I could be mistaken. So, 2/10, it could be tricky to find, but it's by no means impossible. Yeah, I mean, either way, I really think we're going to be in for a very, very crazy session today.
Yeah, because with it being as tight as it is at Laguna, it's like you don't got a lot of room to work with. So, I wonder how many people are going to die at the Kink, by the way.
Yeah, this is a rather not normal, it's a rather narrow track compared to other races, other tracks that we race on. So, passing is going to be difficult. I'm sure dirty air is going to be a pain. Yeah, I can't wait to see how these guys handle this. And, there's some of the best drivers in the league, so we're considering most of them are in equal machinery. This is going to turn into a race of just flat out skill.
Yeah, it's like who's going to be able to keep it consistent throughout the race. But I think I heard that supposedly the reason why most are in the Suzuki is it has better tire wear between that and the Volkswagen.
Yeah, over a 30-lap race, tire wear is definitely going to be a major factor. I mean, 3X isn't the craziest multiplier that we've seen, but it's definitely noticeable.
Oh yeah.
Your softs are they're at 3X wear, the softs are gonna start to wear out on I would say around lap 7 or 8 on this track.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just an estimation on some random calculations in my head. By no means was that a factual number, and I'm sure people in chat will correct me if that number is incorrect. But yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what the pit strategies will be in this race. I do suspect a one stop. I think Laguna Seca, since you have to drive down that entire inside line, might make the pit stop quite longer than what we see at most other tracks.
And for those who don't know, if you're on a softer tire, leaving the pits, you actually leave the pits a bit quicker. Not much quicker, but you do. I know that because Tiffany's video, whenever that came out, about when he looked into like how long a pit stop is, and he found if you're on a softer tire when you leave, you actually get ahead of others, even if you're in the same car.
That's interesting. Then you know, some drivers might try to use that to their advantage. Start the race on the harder tire and fit in.
I'm not sure how many of you have seen that video, but yeah, that was something. I think it was this year it came out. But yeah, you do learn some stuff in his. He does testing like that to find out, and it was like I think he did it at Interlagos, and be in the same car, but you're on a softer compound leaving the pits, and you actually end up saving a little bit of time.
Now, did he confirm that that had to do with the car driving out of the pit exit, or would you also experience that if, say, the car just teleports to the end of pit lane?
Because he was like, he would go into the pits, and then he, over the course of his testing, he found that cars that were on the softer tire going out of the pits ended up gaining a little bit of time. Whereas if you go into the pits on soft and go onto the hards, you actually lose a bit more time than someone who's leaving the pits on a softer compound. And I was like, huh, that's actually pretty interesting and something I don't have the patience to find out.
Well, that's why they paid Tijni the big YouTube bucks to test all that out.
Oh, speaking of YouTube, I know a lot of people keep wanting him to do full. He has no desire to do it full time. He don't want it to become a job and not fun. So that's why he does it part time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have qualifying underway. We do apologize for the delay, but we are finally getting this race underway. I just said a lot of rhyming words back to back. I apologize. We are on board with Shaggy Dew running just behind Wade CBR, preparing their outlap to get ready for their first of several flying laps. We're going to ride on board for a bit with Wade CBR as he navigates the final corner and begins his first flying lap. So notice he just short shifted this car. Now this car revs pretty high, but I guess you don't want it running in those really high RPMs. It's hard on the brakes, down in the first gear for the double left-hand hairpin.
Yeah, it's definitely one of
fourth.
Definitely one of the higher ones. I think it goes up to, what is it, like 16K?
Does it go that high?
I know it's definitely over 10K.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head either, but I like you said, I do know it goes over 10K, but I mean, it's a motorcycle engine, so I mean, 16K might be possible. I probably should Google it. I'm gonna Google it. I gotta know.
He's got the need.
So down to the corkscrew Wade goes.
Nice and
takes that
tidy.
pretty nicely. Got 2 more corners to navigate. He'll be the first driver across the line to set a competitive time. Nicely taken the penultimate corner all the way down to first gear, avoiding the sausage curve. Quick shift up to third, exiting the corner, full throttle. He's going to want to cross the line pretty much right against that left-hand wall. and the first time up is a 23.2.
Okay.
Slowpoke comes across the line with a 23.001 to take P1 away from, now it's Cornbread in P2. Wade drops down to P3. JK and Corn Identity taking up P5 and P6 now, as Bobagito now takes pole position with a 22.151. Very competitive time. Very nice banker, so he's got a little bit of pressure off of his shoulders. 8.5 tenths over his teammate. Actually, now we got, who was that?
That was JAK.
So JK sideways on the track. Let's see what happens. Just a little too much throttle, a little too much steering, and just puts it into the wall.
Oopsies.
I saw that Jorge just went into P2. I believe his time was a 22.3. So, yeah, 22.3. So, you know, he's got at least a few more tenths in him. As we saw that he did a 21.9 in the practice session. I wonder if I'll be able to replicate that here when it counts. We got Papa Oso coming into the pits on the end of lap 3.
Okay.
Presumably to get some fresh rubber. Most other drivers are electing to stay out for at least another lap. Bobagito improves his time to a 22.110. Slight improvement, but any improvement is welcome. Fast Cougar improves his time to a 23.5. It's now in P9 provisionally. Jake Collins will be the next to cross the line at 27.0. Jorge Sr. is now in pole position with a 22 flat. Now it looks like he reset to the pit instead of driving around, so he's going to have to lug that extra fuel with him as he completes the second half of this qualifying session. See Shaggy Dude, looks like he'll be the next to cross the line. Now he's revving the Suzuki out a little bit higher than other people, so he improves up to P11. He resets to the pit as well.
Yeah, don't forget Scooby's on auto, so that's why he'll be revving it out.
I keep forgetting about that. Yes, he is on automatic, so his car is going to rev out to just about the start of the red line. Jorge Sr. is also revving this car out, but this could be a fuel burn. He's on an out lap, so he's probably trying to get rid of some of that excess fuel. Very close between P1 and P2. It's like almost everybody's in the pit now.
Yeah, quite literally.
P2 to P8 all in the pits, looking for fresh rubber. Jorge said, you know what, I'll take the extra fuel. I don't want to waste my time in the pits. I'll reset and I'll just lug this heavy car around. So I finally have information on the VGT. It redlined at a very high 10,000 RPM.
Okay.
Alright, so Jorge coming around the first corner. He might have a little bit of traffic to deal with. Cougar gets out of the way. It looks like Slowpoke's gonna impede him just a... Oh, and he spins, just clips that dirt on the exit of the corner. I don't know if he was trying to avoid Slowpoke, but yeah, that would be unfortunate. He'll still have some time to set another lap or two.
Yes, easily done on here.
Yeah, just pushing it just a tad too hard. Bobagito is on fresh softs, slightly lighter car.
All right.
He'll have, looks like, probably 2 more hot laps to complete. Looking at Fast Cougar, currently in P9, about 1.4 seconds off of the current pole position. He has fresh softs as well. He's about to start his flying lap. And Papa, so this looks like this will be. It wasn't a outlet, but it doesn't improve with that one. I should be able to get his car at least twice more around the track. Oh,
Yeah.
Jake Collins going a bit wide, pushing hard. Down 2/10 on his current best. As Vetter Dan improves to a 28.1. Let's see, Shaggy Dew comes around to. Looks like he improved his time, but is still in P11 overall. He resets to the pit, and he will. Yeah, he's done for this.
He is.
For this session. So P11, he will stay unless somebody can. Actually, no, he's coming back out. He's gonna try to get back around.
Okay.
It'll be close, but it's a short lap time, so maybe he can make it around to start one more final lap. Vetter Dan in the Volkswagen VGT, currently rounding up the back end of the pack.
Okay.
He's 6 seconds behind the current pole time, so he's got a little bit of work to do to try to improve on that time. He is improving, almost 2 seconds faster than his current personal best. He'll need a little bit more of an improvement if he wants to take himself out of P14. Let's see what he can do in his final sector. He will have one more go at it, and his tires are still in really good condition. Jorge Sr. does a slight improvement down to a .036. And Vetter Dan does improve up into P13 with a 28.1. No, sorry, 20.9. Oh. These times are not showing properly in this lobby, so I apologize for all the confusing numbers I'm giving you guys. Jorge Sr. goes purple in the first sector by about 27 thousandths.
Okay.
Gets a nice little slip from the car ahead. It's JK. I wonder if JK is on a hot lap as well, because if he is, I'm pretty sure he is not going to yield that position. Although he's getting that slipstream, he's also getting that dirty air around the corners as well. See, they're approaching the corkscrew. We're looking at Bobagita, our current P2. Corn Identity improves to P4 with a 22.6.
Okay.
Bobagita's going to get a pretty nice slipstream into the final straight, but does not improve on his lap. So he will stay P2.
Yeah.
Papa also improves to a 23.0.
And
Slowpoke to a 22.9. Am I seeing that? No.
no, I think it's wrong. That's
I was
what I
about to
thought
say
initially.
21.6.
But I looked
it
at
did
the
not look
left-hand
like-
side.
Yeah. So it did not look like Jorge improved on that final lap. He was right behind JK at the very end, so I think he may have gotten held up just a bit. But I believe, yeah, it looks like everyone has finished running, so our grid is set for the race. Yeah, Jorge with the 22.0 didn't quite get back into the 21s, but
Yeah.
did enough to just pip Bobagito for that pole position. Yeah, I can see the grid looking at it right now. It's Jorge for PHG and then 5 CBR members. So he is going to have a sea of flaming orange cars behind him, chasing him down for that P1. Oh, Papa Oso is also CBR, yes. Yeah, so it looks like all of the I thought there were some other non-CBR drivers, but it does look like all of the non-PHG drivers are on Team CBR. All right, Casual, can you take us through our starting grid?
Of course. As I had said initially, PhD Jorge Sr. with a 122.036. And then right behind him, we have representing CBR, Bobagito, with a 122.110. Then rounding out the podium, we have Wade from CBR, the 122.662. Then we have in fourth, Corn Identity, also repping CBR, 122.98. Then in fifth, we have Slope Poke Roz repping CBR with the 122.986. Then we have in sixth place, Cornbread. Pretty sure CBR as well, 123.048. Then Papa Oso, which is PHG, 123.072. Then we have PHG Fast Cougar with a 123.148. And ninth, repping CBR, we have JK85, 123.217. Then in 10th, we have PHG Jersey, 123.419. And in 11th, we have PHG Shaggy Doo with 123.832. And being called up to participate for their PHG, we have Joe Collins, 124.471. And lucky number 13, we have PHG Veterdan, 125.084. And finally, PHG Iron Fix with a 125.157. Oh, Papa was CBR, sorry. Sorry about that. Don't want to start any riots. I'm only human now.
All right, so I wonder how Jorge is handling the pressure. He is right now carrying the PHG team to victory right now. Yeah, that's got to be scary. Like, it's 6 orange flaming corn nut cars behind you, and they're all going to be working together to do everything they can to take that position away from Jorge.
Yeah, I did say Jorge was probably going to be up there because I haven't seen him race too much, me being new, but I've gotten the memo.
All right, so we will be starting this race in just a few moments. We will shortly see how Jorge is going to fare against the sea of orange VGTs behind him. This is a grid start. As mentioned before, the hards and the softs are the required compounds, so at least one pit stop is needed. Whether or not anybody's going to use the mediums, we will see. I do fully expect most of these guys to run a one-stop. There's no points involved here, so there's no boxing for fastest lap, although I guess if somebody really wants to, they have the option to do so.
Yeah,
All that glitters is gold. Singing the All-Star song. Hey now, you're an All-Star. Get your game on. Go play.
And with it being a 30-lap race, it's going to be a bit of a longer grind.
Yeah, 30 laps, minute 20 per lap, plus a pit stop. What's 30 times 90? Maybe about a 45. I'm expecting around 45 minutes, maybe a little less. Like 42, 43 minutes, somewhere around there.
Yeah, and I think they'll probably end up doing mostly, I mean, even Jorge, probably be closer to maybe somewhere between 22 and 23 at the front, and then I'm guessing those at the back might be closer to anywhere between 23 and 25 as we are on our way.
All right, Jorge starting on these softs, gets a little bit of wheel spin, gets a little squirrely off the grid spot, but maintains P1. It looks like the drivers behind him are also on these softs as they go into the first corner. Jorge maintains P1. There's a little bit of some movement down there. I see that PHG Fast Cougar is now up into P6. So he's gained a few spots from his initial starting position. So that's going to put a little damper on the army of CBR cornet cars. Yeah, Jorge, three-quarters of a second ahead. I've got a nice little gap. So he's going to buckle down, start focusing on setting his target lap times. And Bobagito and company, they're going to have to deal with the dirty air behind them. Having that clean air going into the first lap, that's going to be extremely beneficial around here. On board with Bobagito. Trying to stay within slipstream range of the car ahead.
Oh, he might be softs as well.
Yeah, Bobagito is on softs. Wade is on softs. I think that all the top 5 at least are on softs. We'll get some more tire information as the race goes. So yeah, corn identity confirmed is on softs.
Yeah, I think they want to make sure Jorge can't just run like a clean break. I think they want to try and catch him as quickly as they can.
Yeah, that is a really good idea. They probably suspected that he'd be on the softs. Papa Oso is the first runner on the hard tire. We see that he's already 2 seconds behind P5, so currently the fastest of the alternate strategy. Slowpoke is going to make a move down the inside on Papa Oso. Papa Oso on the harder tires, so it makes more sense for Slowpoke to be ahead of Papa Oso at this time. Let them utilize those grippier tires. Shaggy Doo also elected to start on the hards. It's a little bit of a bump drive from PHG Jersey from behind. Jersey in the Volkswagen, the first Volkswagen, is currently on the hard tire as well. JK, something must have happened to JK at the start of the race because he's down in P10. So he's got a few positions to make. He's also one of the soft tire starters. Iron Fix QC is starting on the hards. We got Vetterdan in the second of, I believe, 3 Volkswagens. He also started on the hards. I would suspect that the drivers behind are also on the hards as well. Jay Collins on the hards. And then Fast Cougar. He was up in the P6. I wonder what happened to him.
Might have had a moment.
But now currently bringing up the rear. So Jorge Sr. still holding steady in P1. The gap has increased to about 1.4. So Bobagito will now have clean air, but he's now got a bit of a gap to try and close if he wants to put a little more pressure on Jorge. One thing I'm noticing, I'm looking at the fuel usage for
that's only 3
Jorge.
laps.
He's used about he's used like over 1/8 of a tank, so that's a pretty significant fuel usage. He's not short shifting it too much, but I'm sure he has his target lap times and his target fuel usage, so he's probably just running his normal battle plan for this race. I've got a really close battle for P8, P9, and P10. JK on the softy tires is going to be looking to get around Shaggy, or excuse me, Jersey first. Dives down the inside a little bit later on the brakes. Might have been a nudge, but he does make the position over Jersey. And Shaggy gets a little bit wide coming out of turn 2. That gives JK the opportunity to try to go around the outside. Shaggy tried to hold the inside, but couldn't quite make it. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like there was a bump, but do keep in mind for this race there will be no steward inquiries. Shaggy getting on the dirt. Dirt is really detrimental, especially around here. It really slows the car down. It's almost like quicksand.
Oh yeah.
So JK now up in a P8. It's going to try to hunt down Papa Oso, which is the highest hard tire runner at this time. So Bobagito about 2.5 seconds behind P1. It looks like he's got similar fuel usage as Jorge at P1. Well, actually, no, Jorge's down to, he's used about a quarter of a tank now. So that'll be about 16 laps with 1 tank of fuel.
Yeah. So it's a matter of when do you take your fuel.
Yeah, I think this pitch strategy is going to be really intriguing as the race goes on. You know, I wonder if anybody's going to try a plan 2 stop. I don't know.
Probably not.
Jorge on the dirt under brake and almost loses the car and gets on the dirt coming out of the corner as well. I mean, that goes to show how hard he's pushing. He's absolutely maximizing the track width right now, trying to extend that gap over Bobagito. Things are kind of settling in right now. I think the drivers are finding their groove. They know where they stand, so they're just going to run their game plan for the race, whatever that may be.
Yeah, I'm looking at the tire wear, and I'm wondering, I wonder if it's possible if Jorge could do a 2-stop. Because I don't think the softs will last 20 laps, so he'll probably have to come in before. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a toss-up for right now. You know, these are the guys that did the practice. Us commentators, unfortunately, we're in the dark. We had Amazon Analytics. I'm sure we could get some tire information, but we're not affiliated with Amazon, so we just got to kind of wing it. So we got JK. Looks like he has caught up to Papa Oso's slipstream. I don't think Papa Oso's going to hold up JK too much.
Yeah.
Papa Oso being on the harder tire, I'm sure he'll probably give way to his teammate. We shall see. Papa Oso going all the way to the right, but not yielding just yet. Maybe he wants him to get a little bit closer. Ooh, they almost got into the rear end of Papa Oso, but they avoided contact there. Maybe that was Papa Oso's way of saying, hey, I got the quicker tire. You need to let me by.
Yeah, I keep thinking about what Jorge might do strat-wise, and I wonder if it's possible he could possibly go in a bit early at lap 10, put another set of boots on, softs obviously, and then go to when he'll run out of fuel.
Yeah, like you said, the fuel usage might be what makes this race a 2-stop, because if you pit on lap 10, unless you do some really significant fuel saving, you're not going to be able to get 16, you're not going to be able to get 20 laps out of, you know, that tank of fuel. So
yeah, because there'll be big of a difference between the hards and the softs.
I mean, who knows, maybe we'll even, Jersey going wide. Coming out of turn 4, or is that turn? Yeah, it's turn 5. Sorry. Okay, just a little bit too much speed. Now he's got those dirty tires. Almost goes off again. You got to be really tricky when you go off and you got those dirty tires. They really limit your grip.
Oh yeah. Fortunately for all of us, they actually changed how long the dirty tires last. Thankfully.
So the field spreading out a little bit. Again, the drivers are just getting into their groove, just running their game plan. Jorge Sr. tires are not too bad.
Yeah.
Fuel tank is about 60-65%. He's got a 4.6 second gap over Bobagito in P2, and that gap is steadily increasing, so he is in absolute control of this race. Bobagito is about 2.5 seconds ahead of his CBR companion. Tires looking a bit worse, specifically the front right. So he might be struggling around some of those high-speed left-handers.
Yeah.
He's got a bit more fuel on board though compared to Jorge, as does Wade. So it looks like CBR guys, they're saving a bit more fuel but using a bit more tire.
Yeah.
I'm just taking a look through the field, getting an idea of everybody's fuel and tire consumption.
So I'm wondering if Jorge does indeed do 2 soft, maybe he could do 2 full soft stints and do 1 lap on the hards.
I mean, if you were going to do a 2-stop, then that probably would be the best way to do it. Just run the softer tires as much as you can. I was actually going to say maybe we'll even see the mediums come into play, but yeah, I think the soft, hard strategy, if they're going to do a 2-stop, would be the best way to go. Now we're looking at Shaggy Do on the racing hard tires. His tires are still in really good condition, but his fuel tank is now down to about half full. So, yeah, he can most likely do another 8 laps. That'll bring him to lap 16, and then he'll have to do 14 laps on the softs, which I don't know, that might be a bit of a stretch because he won't have a lighter car. He's going to have to pretty much fill up the car all the way. But I mean, this race is still over. It's only we got a long way to go. It's only lap 9. No pits have been made yet. The pit strategy is for the soft runners is probably gonna come into play once those softs are no longer viable. And then for the hard runners, it's gonna be how long they can last in that fuel tank. I'm on board with Jorge in the Suzuki VGT. Absolutely nailing those lines through these corners. And the tricky thing about this track is that there's pretty much no runoff. You got road, you got curbs, and then it's dirt. So like you have to be very precise with where you're placing the car around here.
You definitely need to be careful around doing that.
And that looks scary from the cockpit. Like when you entered the corner, you couldn't even see until the car dived down.
Yeah, I hear it's quite something to do it in VR.
Yeah, I'd probably barf if I had to do that in VR.
I think I heard, I forget where I heard it, but I heard like the top of corkscrew to like the bottom is, I want to say, I heard somewhere it might have been like a 2-story difference.
Time to Google it. Because I heard that it was something higher than that.
Oh, jeez. It's funny seeing everyone in CBR having matching driver outfits as well.
Yeah, they are absolutely in sync right now. Same car, same livery, same driver suit, same helmet. You love to see it. Alright, so on board with Shaggy. Fuel is down to around 40%. Tires are still in really good condition, so he'll definitely be able to use those tires up until that fuel is out. Jersey with even more fuel on board, he's at about halfway.
Interesting.
So he'll be able to, I don't know if he'll want to, but he'll be able to extend his hard stint as long as he needs to, it seems. fast Cougar with around 40% fuel. Iron fix is a bit lower. Oh, Jay Collins going a bit deep entering corkscrew. Did well to avoid taking out iron fix.
Very good.
Then we got Vetter Dan bringing up the rear. Fuel is just under 50%. So yeah, it looks like the hard runners are just going to run until their fuel runs out, and then final stint on the softs. We're looking at Jorge's tires, which are definitely showing some signs of wear. He's probably going to want to try to get some more laps out of those tires, and I'll assume that even with that type of tire wear, it's still faster than the hard tire. Like his last lap was a 22.9. This lap is 23.3. So that was 2.2 seconds off of his fastest lap. So there's definitely some significant drop off with those soft tires.
Let's see. Yeah, Boba's tires don't look like they're long for this world.
So according to the Laguna Seca website, it says the corkscrew drops 59 feet between the entrance of turn 8 to the exit of turn 8A. That is the equivalent of a 5.5-story drop.
Oh, Jesus.
That is massive.
Yeah, and just playing on like us non-VR users, it doesn't look that bad. But you always hear from people that are VR enthusiasts who are like, oh, it's like massive.
So looks like we got a little bit of a battle going on for P5. Corn Identity has Slowpoke right behind him, well within slipstream range. Both of them really struggling on their tires. I suspect we're going to start to see some pit stop soon from the soft runners. I think they have done enough to be able to make it to the end of the race if they were to pit now. Looks like everybody's staying out though. Slowpoke's getting a little sideways coming out of the final corner, but holds on to it. It's going to lose time and also the slip to Corn Identity ahead. Going on board with JK85. Just like all the other soft runners, his softs are not happy right now, but they're going to continue running them. I'm not sure what their pit window is, but I would say it's definitely open at this point. On board with Jorge. Got about a quarter tank of fuel left.
Yeah, gaps up to not quite, but almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's been in absolute control of his race from the start so far. We'll see what happens once the pit stops start, which it looks like it's going to be now. Jorge is coming in to get off of those soft tires.
Okay.
Let's see if anybody follows suit. I was going to say, I wonder if he's going to come out in traffic. All right, Bobagito's into the pits as well. So Bobagito with 39 liters of fuel. Wade with 37 liters coming into the pit as well. Jorge with only 24 liters. So I wonder if he's going to now start his fuel saving, because all the CBR members who have come into pits, they're all in the 30s, so they've been doing significant fuel saving, unlike Jorge.
Yeah.
JK also with 36 liters of fuel. So yeah, the CBR guys did a really good job conserving their fuel. Maybe that's part of the reason why Jorge pulled out that significant gap. Jorge fuels up to 92 liters. Bobagito fuels up to 72.
Okay.
Shag at 74, so definite difference in the fuel. CBR driver's going to have a bit of a lighter car. Papa also, the highest non-pit driver, is now in P2. His cars are still in really good condition. He is 2.7 seconds behind Jorge. And and he's about 3.5 seconds in front of Bobagito. Now, if the CBR drivers are smart, if those who pit they start catching up to Papa Oso, I would suspect that Papa Oso would yield to those guys as they are on an alternate strategy. We wouldn't want to see them getting held up in their pursuit for Jorge. So Shaggy also has not pit yet. He is holding position 5. He's got PHG jersey behind him, about two seconds in front, and he's a little less than a second and a half away from Wade in P4. Fuel looking a little light. He's probably got maybe around 2 or 3 more laps of fuel left. We'll see how long he makes that fuel tank last. He's actually doing pretty well to stay with Wade. Maybe he can even potentially pass Wade and maybe disrupt his race a little bit. Back down to Jersey, who I believe is the highest Volkswagen runner.
Okay.
I think the Volkswagen drivers, they are struggling a bit for pace compared to those in the Suzuki. But his fuel, he's got about a quarter of a tank left, so his fuel is looking quite better than Shaggy. So he'll be able to push a little bit harder on the second stint after he swaps for softs. Oh, it goes a bit. Oh, he goes wide. Keeps it. Just barely keeps it off the wall. He's going to have 30 tires, so he's going to have a tricky entrance into corkscrew as he gets approached by Cornbread on fresh tires. Cornbread's going to have an easy pass going around the outside of the second part of corkscrew. I would say Jersey wasn't going to give it up. Oh, but then Corn Identity also slips through, so Cornbread and Corn Identity both overtook PHG Jersey. It looks like Slowpoke also got in front of Jersey. Jersey's just dropping like a fly. He just lost 3 positions in about half a lap.
Goodness me.
All right, so Shaggy Doo is in the pits. So if what we saw from the other drivers, is that he's going to run this final stint on softs. 14 laps on the softs. That's about what the leaders ran. I think the leaders ran in between like 13 and 14 laps. So yeah, it's definitely doable. He's got a slightly lighter car, so that will help out his tire wear a little bit. So now he can start pushing and start trying to close the gap to the hard runners up front. Jorge Senior, I think I see some lap traffic up ahead for him coming soon. The gap to P2 is still around 5.5 to Papa Oso, who has not pit yet. Let's see, Papa Oso is in the pits now. So that will allow Bobagito, Wade, Cornbread, Corn Identity, and Slowpoke to drive by. Looks like there wasn't any interference there, so that's good. So the gap to P2 from P1 is now just under 8 seconds. So between the pit stops, there was a small gain for Bobagito. Wade in P3 is pretty much in no man's land. 7 seconds both in front and behind are his nearest competitors. So Slowpoke does get in front of Papa Oso, as does JK85. If I'm not mistaken, I think I have to double check. I think this is how the race started in these positions. I gotta double check that. I mean, it's close. We've got Jorge, Baba, Bobagito, Wade taking the podium spots. With Slowpoke. And we switch to Wade in P3. I was losing a bit of time to Bobagito up ahead. Now, Papa Oso is the first of the soft runners. So we're keeping an eye on him throughout the race to see how he closes the gap to P7 ahead. Currently, he's got 5 seconds to JK and P7, and he's 38 seconds behind the leader currently. Now, Jay Collins is finally coming in for his pit stop. He's got 12 laps to do on those soft tires, so it looks like he's going for an overcut strategy.
Okay.
Fast Cougar on the softs will take over P9. Jaggedy entering the turns 2 and 3, because I believe they do consider that kink turn 1. He's chasing down Fast Cougar. Just under a second behind, so he'll have a little bit of slip advantage for the minute straights on this track. Dipping 2 tires on the sand, didn't seem to slow him down too much. Slowly reeling him in. On with PHG jersey and that Volkswagen VGT. Going around the kink on those soft tires. Hard on the brakes down to first gear as he enters the corkscrew. Quickly shifts up to third. Traction control keeping the car stable as he smashes the gas. Around the right-hander, avoiding that sausage curve. Jorge looks like he has extended his lead just a bit. The gap is now at 8.7 seconds. He's just running his own race. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he's led every lap so far too. I believe he came out in first after his pit.
Yeah, quite literally.
So,
yeah, he has.
Yeah, I mean, if he can keep this up, he'll get a grand slam, which is pole position, led every every lap, wins the race, and also has fastest lap.
I think some might call that Triple Crown.
We are finally on the third leg of this race. We have 10 laps left. Jorge putting together an absolutely dominating performance so far. But again, this race is still far from over. You know, anything can happen. The fuel usage from Jorge compared to the CBR drivers behind was quite different, so maybe we'll see that come to head towards the end of the race. It's coming up on some lap traffic. Looks like Jay Collins ahead. I would imagine at this point he's definitely got that blue flag notification. Now at this point, Jorge's going to be experiencing that dirty air just a bit, so he's going to want to try to get around Jay Collins as soon as possible. Jay Collins going wide, and he does let Jorge through. Jorge's just he's just been able to run his own race, and just pulling away out in front like that, you got to make sure that you don't get too comfortable.
Oh yeah.
As the second you start to relax, that'll be the moment you mess up, and then the race just slips out of your fingers.
As long as he just manages the hard tire, not get caught out by it, I think it will be smooth sailing for him.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people in chat saying that these cars on hard tires is really not a good time. So these drivers definitely got to dial in, lock it in, and just make sure that they're managing their corner exits as best as they can, which so far looks like they're doing. It's been very little shakeup in the top 7, top 8 of the field. Oh, actually, speaking of, looks like we have JK letting aside Papa Oso. So Papa Oso finally caught up to the back of the hard runners on the CBR crew. Yeah, well, we should expect to see Papa Oso start moving up through the field. PHG, Fast Cougar, and Shaggy, they still have a bit of a ways to go to catch JK. They're about almost 12 seconds behind P7. Excuse me, P8.
Yeah.
Looking at Fast Cougar in the... Is that not sure who made... I hear Sugar Shuffle is coming to name a lot when it comes to some of the liveries.
Yeah.
So Shaggy losing just a bit of time to Fast Cougar. The gap is now extended to around 2 seconds. Maybe he's fallen back just a bit to not have to deal with the dirty air and keep his tires as fresh as possible. Coming across the line to finish lap 22.
All right.
PHG Jersey crosses the line. Last lap's at 26.5. Somehow I don't think that's completely accurate, but that's what I'm shown. Jorge Sr. coming across the final corner. The gap is extended to 12.6 seconds. Jorge's absolutely putting on a clinic so far today. It's insane just how not only fast, but just how consistent he is. Like his last lap times, 24.0, 24.2, 24.2, 24.5, 24.0. Like that's consistency that you do not see often. Like you see that maybe with Formula One drivers, WEC drivers. Like that's not something that you see very often in sim racing, outside of like top-notch drivers. Yeah, we look at Bo Bagito's times, 24.6 and then 26.1, 24.8 and then a 24.7. So it looks like he's had a few hiccups here, but he's got a pretty significant lead over Wade, 7.5 seconds ahead. So I mean, I think if the drivers stay how they are, keeping the car on track, I would imagine the top 5, potentially the top 6 would stay. The one monkey wrench would be Papa Oso, who's he was making his way through the field on the soft tires. He did overtake JK a few laps ago. He's now about 4.5 seconds away from Slowpoke, so he's got 7 laps to try to make something happen. He's lapping in the mid 23s right now, so
okay, not impossible.
Could potentially be a threat.
Yeah.
Coming around the final 2 corners, looking smooth down the first, and then they shift. Actually, he kept it in second. I've seen people exiting corners in third. The thing with these cars is that they're 2 of, I think, only 3 cars that actually have 7 gears in the Group 3 class. So, accelerating in second, that's almost the equivalent of accelerating out of a corner in first gear with a car with a 6-speed transmission. So, you definitely got to be careful with that. But if you're on the softer tires, you got a little more grip to exit those corners, so you can probably afford that extra torque out of those really low speed corners. Papa Oso, the gap to P6 is now just about 3 seconds, so he closed in a second on that last lap. So if he can keep that pace up, he'll be within striking distance towards the end of lap 27. So the race isn't over yet. There are still moves to be made.
Yeah, he's definitely on the hunt. He's got it down to 2.5 seconds already. So,
Yeah, he's on the tear right now. He's putting together some really solid lap times. And he's keeping it nice and clean. One thing I haven't seen so far, I don't know if we just missed it, but I haven't seen any penalties so far.
really, I don't think. It's like if you keep it relatively on track, it can be hard to actually get it.
I mean, I don't drive here too often, so I'm not familiar with track limit penalties. I guess this track isn't quite as difficult as, say, Red Bull Ring, where that track is notorious for getting pens.
Yeah, that track just invites you. Come on, only one. Her.
Yeah, for some reason on that track, once you get a penalty, it's like a vortex. You just get sucked in, and then you just continue to get penalties lap after lap, and it just never ends.
Whereas on iRacing, I think they call it SR killer because as opposed to getting a penalty on a GT7, with iRacing it's like you don't gain as much SR if you gain any at all if you get off tracks or contacts.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things about iRacing. You know, you can run an absolutely clean race, not touch anybody, but you can literally get disqualified for just driving off track.
Yeah, though I do see that doing endurance races are a good way to get SR. I've seen that.
Yeah, definitely. I did a 4-hour endurance race at NERV one day, and I gained over like 3 entire points of SR.
Ooh, goodness me.
Alright, we're looking at Boba Gito. The gaps ahead and behind are extending. Looks like it's going to be a comfortable P2 for him. 10 seconds in front of Wade. It does look like Papa Oso has overtaken Slowpoke for P6.
Really?
Now his soft tires are starting to take some damage, but he's got just under 3.5 second gap to Corn Identity. So I mean, if he can maintain this pace and maintain those tires, he may be able to challenge for P5. And I see Cornbread not too far up the road from Corn Identity either. I'm gonna slip up over these Corn and Corn Identity name. I'm going to slip up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
say
too
Cornbread
easy.
when I mean Corn Identity.
Yeah, it's just too easy to do, honestly.
Alright, so Papa Oso's last lap was a 24.3, I believe it was a 24.6. So that could be a byproduct of the tires, or that could have been the lap where he overtook Slowpoke. Let's see if he can drop back into the 23s. Looking at Slowpoke's lap times, he's hovering around the 25 range for the most part. A couple outliers here or there, but he's averaging 125s, which is quite slower than what Papa Oso was running in assaults. Fast Cougar, he is closing the gap to JK, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this stage of the race. We've only got 3 laps left. So unless he can fire some sort of turbo or NOS button, I think he's going to be stuck in P9 for this race. And we got Jersey in that Volkswagen. Yeah, looking at the performance of the Volkswagen runners, I don't think that was the car of choice for this race.
Yeah.
But the last race I did in the McLaren F1, and that obviously wasn't the best choice. So maybe just wanted to change it up. I get it.
Yeah, I think the only way CBR would have had a chance is if Jorge went with the Volkswagen.
I don't want to sound like I'm playing favorites, but I am almost willing to bet that Jorge probably could have pulled off the Volkswagen.
Yeah, it's
It
like
would have been a challenge, but I think he still possibly could have won that car.
it wouldn't have surprised me because with how quick Jorge is, he kind of reminds me of TRL Lightning. Is like he kind of reminds me of him. It's like even on Lightning's worst day, he can like almost lap the whole field.
Jorge Sr. is starting the final lap with a nearly 20-second lead over P2.
Goodness me.
Again, absolutely dominating performance from Jorge. And it's equal machinery, so
Yeah.
we can't say it's the car. They pit on the same lap, so we can't say it's the pit strat.
If anyone
Like
can
I said
say,
in the beginning, it all boils down to raw talent, and this guy he's got a ton of it.
if anyone has the right to say #skill issue, it'd be him. Because it's like he's just on another plane compared to everyone else.
He joined our team for the IRO Endurance Series, and our next race is at Le Mans next week, and I was running practice, and I thought I had set a pretty good lap time, and then like his second lap out beats me by like a second.
You're like, what am I doing here?
I mean, look, I say this all the time. I know where I stand. This is a world-class driver right here. He is
Oh yeah.
insanely fast, insanely consistent. Like his lap times are still 124.4, 124.4, 124.2.
Yep. As
Will
crosses
he
the
spin
line.
across the line? No, he would just take the checkered flag. Absolutely dominated that race and does get the Grand Slam.
Yeah. Bigger gap than I would have thought, but that's not me doubting Jorge. I just thought it would have been at least no more than 10 seconds, but here we are.
So I think Vegeto's pulling over to. I think they're going to cross the line in formation here.
Oh, I guess.
Papa Oso did not get the memo, but Papa Oso will finish second.
Yeah.
And it looks like he did get in front of both Corn Identity and Cornbread.
Okay.
To see if Corn Nut Suzuki's crossed the line.
Yeah.
Parade.
Yeah, literal parade.
That is a great shot too.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like those biker rallies that you see them when they're going on their way to the coast.
It reminds me of, I can't remember what race it was, but Mercedes had got a 1-2 at Monza.
Okay.
They did their entire parade lap side by side.
That's cool.
All right, so for our final results, we have PHG Jorge carrying the PHG team to victory. P2, surprise finish from Papa Oso. And then in formation, we had Wade, Bobagito, Cornbread, Slowpoke, Corn Identity, and JK in P3 to P8. P9, we have PHG Fast Cougar. P10 was Shaggy. P11 was the first of the three Volkswagens, PHG Jersey. PHG Iron Fix is P12. Jay Collins did well to hop in this race under short notice. I think it's P13. And last but not least was PHG Vetter Dan.
What a race, guys.
That was quite the performance.
Yeah.
Kudos to the top three. Kudos to CBR. Like their camaraderie within that team, it's extremely high. They all came insanely. That's what I'm looking for. Coordinated. There we go.
Yeah. There you go.
Same car, same livery. I keep saying that, but I love seeing that, like just that sea of orange corn nut cars.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. it's not often that you see such coordination between more than 2 or 3 drivers, let alone like half the field.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the final race of the day, evening, or night, wherever you may be. Here's a question for you, Casual. Do you have a driver of the day?
Like overall or just for this race?
Overall. Let's do overall. I don't think we did any driver of the day yet.
Um, I guess. Might be recency bias, but I guess I'll just give it to Jorge because Jorge, Jorge is like just puts in the work, and you can definitely tell that he don't just like half tries. He actually puts in time and effort. So I guess I'll go with Jorge.
So my driver of the day is gonna be Cole Trickle, simply because of that amazing 360 at the end of that race. Absolutely wonderful to see that. Papa, can we hear you?
Yeah,
Do you have any thoughts
I'm
on
here.
driver of the day?
I'm going to pick Team CBR. That was an impressive showing. That whole race, the way they showed up was just incredible. And then the way they finished as a team was just amazing. You said it earlier, the camaraderie and the teamwork they have within their own, within CBR is just, it's awesome to watch. And they do it week after week after week. So I'm going with Team CBR.
Very good. Yeah, it can be hard to find people who are willing to work together like that. Like I was saying, it's like you might find a couple, but to find like an entire team that does that, that's something you don't see very often.
Yeah, very impressive.
We
impressive
also,
work.
We also have to consider the circumstances. Like the CBR drivers, they had to score high enough to be able to even qualify for that race. So
Right.
not only were they coordinated, but they're also, pretty fast in the league. So I think the way it turned out was really good to see. It just straight up ended up being PHG versus CBR.
Yeah, that was not even on our radar for any of that to happen like that. So it is pretty cool the way that happened. And again, CBR, they're a great bunch of guys, great drivers, great team. So it was an honor for PHG and CBR to watch that race. Very honored to watch that.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right, so as we wrap up, just want to say again, thank you to PHG for allowing me to commentate on this series. I've been having a lot of fun doing this. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Every like, every subscription does help. The next race is in 2 weeks. It is Group 4 at Monza. If you are interested in running this series, Stream Elements just posted a link to the Discord. They also have a website with all the details. It is still not too late to join this series. But yeah, we are going to say our final farewells. We're going to start with the proprietor of PHG, Papa.
Thanks, Tom. I thought I was free from that with you. You guys, thank you for everything. This was an absolute fun event. I couldn't have asked for it to go any better. Shaggy, I want to thank you for putting these 4 races together. This whole entire World Series you have been putting together is just incredible. Thank God we have you instead of PD alone. So thank you for that. All of the broadcasting team, all of the production team, everybody in the background that works this stuff, and of course, everybody in the chat, all the PHG team drivers and the paparazzi. You guys are amazing. I personally want to thank everybody for the likes, the subs, the donations today. it goes a long way, just for the YouTube algorithm with all those likes and subs. So I appreciate all that. Tuzum, Casual, great job today. Slow-mo, I know you're not here no more, but awesome job as well. How about you, Mr. Casual?
I enjoyed it. I did kind of see in the Discord about what some of the races were, so I was like, okay, it seems could be interesting, and I partook in the second race since we were a little short-handed, and that was pretty fun. But yeah, it's been a pretty fun All-Star weekend. Enjoyed all the various racing because if you were into rally cars, you got to see rally. Then if you were into multi-class, you got to see that as well.
Right,
So it
right.
was a little bit of everything. So that way, those who get tired of constant Group 3, Group 4 cars, it's like, there's a race there for you. So overall, it was pretty fun and nice for everyone to kind of take it a bit easy instead of worrying about, oh, did I take this person out? Do I need to submit a steward inquiry? So it
Yeah.
was a
Fun weekend. Yep.
Overall. That's why I didn't really fight too much in my race. I was just there, as some people would say, for the vibes.
Yeah,
So,
right.
yeah. So it was fun. I was like, but overall, well done to everyone involved, and I hope everyone enjoyed your time, because ultimately we wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't no one watching. I hope everyone enjoyed.
Exactly.
Yeah, these races today, they were a lot of fun to watch. They were a lot of fun to be in, especially that Group 2 race. I wish I could have actually won the race, but as I said, stuff happens. But yeah, again, that is going to be us for PHG World Series. Again, next race is Group 4 at Monza in 2 weeks' time. But until then, please help control the box population. Have your boxes crushed and recycled. You guys take it easy.